morning just awed, Lord, in the blessings you bestow on us. Us as a nation, us as a state, us as a community and a group that supports the youth of Texas through their agricultural endeavors. We ask, Lord, that you watch over us today, that you watch over not only our kids that are out here that have been working months and months and months to get to this point. We ask that you watch over them. We ask that you watch over their animal partners, that we get through the day safely, and that they show, both of them show to the best of their abilities. We ask, Lord, that you put your hand on our hearts and remind us, Lord, of why we're here. Yes, at the end of the day, we are here trying to win banners, buckles, but we're truly here trying to lift up the youth of Texas and show them what good sportsmanship and hard work can achieve. We thank you, Lord, for the men and women that fight for the freedoms that we enjoy as Americans. And lastly, Lord, and probably most important, definitely most important, we thank you for your son, Lord. We thank you for his death on the cross, knowing that we'll have forever salvation. All these things we ask in your name. Amen. If y'all wouldn't mind staying on your feet, we're now, and we have a flag here on the south end of our arena. We're now going to have our Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, sing, can you see by the dawn's early light? Oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular above bird singing out, can't prove through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Next, we will have our 4-H pledge said by Miss Brenley Edwards of Lubbock County 4-H.
In support of the 4-H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And now we will have the FFA motto done by Bax Edwards of the Idalou FFA.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Excellent. All right, Rodeo Austin, let's get started. validation numbers, right? Validation tags, yeah. Okay. Just a reminder, exhibitors, please come to the show ring with your validation tag as well as your Texas bred info. Your blue way card as well as your Texas bred information sheet. All animals entering the show ring must have the validation tag in the ear of the animal as they arrive. Attention in the barn, if you are the owner of a brown F-250 King Ranch, license plate FKJ 3825, as mentioned previous, we are asking you to remove your vehicle. Again, FKJ 3825, brown F-250 King Ranch. Tow trucks are on its way. Please move your vehicle. Class 23, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 23, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors of Class 22 a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Rodeo Austin, the man of the hour, and our judge today is Mr. Troy Sloan from Cameron, Missouri. Mr. Sloan is a graduate of Iowa State University and went to junior college at Fort Scott Community College. While attending Iowa State, Sloan was a member of the 2012 Livestock judging team. After graduation, Troy returned back to the Northwest Missouri and has managed a swine portion of the Team Sloan Livestock for the past 9 years. The program consists of 125 sows that focuses on raising competitive purebred and crossbred show pigs. Sloan has been fortunate to have the opportunity to judge pig shows on all levels in 20 different states. He is also an advocate for Lindner show feeds, enjoys Kansas City Chiefs football, and spending time with his girlfriend, AC. Let's give a Rodeo Austin welcome to our judge, Troy Sloan. Class 23, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 23, second call. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
Well, I think a nice way to get the morning started off here on these lights, lightweight, light-colored ones, and man, we pinned back several of those. And again, like I said yesterday, several times, we'll take a little extra time where we need to, and make sure there's no stone left unturned. And when it's quick, we're going to fly right through them. And I hope yesterday I did that, and we'll follow suit today to the best of our abilities, or best of my abilities. The one that wins just is the hardest one to pick a hole in. And I know we're not here to use average ones, but I don't read that one to be average. I read that to be a real good-looking show barrow with an awesome head and neck carriage. I love the way his just blends his top line into his ham loin, and his hip is set into him right. I think he utilizes his hind leg as good as any out here. I think particularly compared to the 1 and 2, he reads to be more compositionally correct on the top side of his skeleton, has more shape. He's better in his chest and knee as he comes right at you, and offers just a more youthful, fresher look ahead of his blade. I think that's just the kind that a guy could make all day long and keep you in the business. Good on his feet and legs, good in terms of his balance, got enough of the extras. A very, very nice pig to go ahead and start. The 1 and 2 is the class leader in terms of feature, and there is no doubt. If you like them big-legged, man, I think that's the one to tie into. That is an absolute giant hind leg that's very flexible and functional out here, even though it's maybe not as attractive about how he uses it because he gets underneath himself just a bit. I love that guy's just range of motion and flex. He's still a tall-shouldered barrow that's got extension ahead of his blade. He's stout in his mug, even though his knee and front foot probably don't read to be right. I still think his chest width and the way he opens up in his sternum is very, very good. For a lightweight barrow, for me, he just needs more shape on the top side of his skeleton. He reads to be a little more mature ahead of his blade. Man, if you call that good enough, though, I think you could run with that one because he offers some extras that are certainly hard to put in one, particularly a blue barrow. A very, very nice showman there. Does an incredible job in terms of skin and hair, and has that one dressed to impress and ready to roll. Had this 1 and 3 a little all over the board because I think if you really wanted to argue, you could argue he's the combination of 1 and 2. And you ask, well, why is he third for me? I think when you step in and just start studying him, he got shot more, probably just flesh on him for a lightweight kind of blue barrow than I'd consider ideal. Not just because he's a little poofier there in his lymph nodes, but he's carrying just a shot more through his lower 1/3 in general. And then you get behind him, I wish he was square and just more secure in that regard. Man, you study the good in that pig, though. For one that's got a shot more cover on him, that's a prominent jawbone, a neat kind of head and neck. Of the top 3, he's the most stitched out in terms of his shape up high. He's a big-chested barrow that's got power to burn. I just wish we could make it in a more collected fashion, make him more complete, and make him more solid to get any higher. Where he's good, though, I think he's very, very good. Another young showman there that does a very, very good job. The one that comes in 4, I think, is awesome in terms of his flex, awesome in terms of just his squareness of chest and squareness going away. He opens up good in his forerib shape. Again, for a lightweight barrow, I think for me, it becomes a little more concerning from a compositional aspect. I thought of the top 4, he not only had the most bark on him in terms of his cheek, in terms of his rib cover, but at the same time, when you get behind him, he read to be the flattest and most nondescript. I'll take them a shot flatter if they're just incredible in terms of their look and a little skinnier in terms of their flesh. For me, he's pushing the envelope in that area. I love that thing's foot. I love his bone. I love his flexibility. Again, another showman that does a very, very good job. Again, much like a couple that we've already talked about, I think the one that comes in 5 has some absolutely far-reaching pieces, and commend this young man for getting out here, certainly doing an awesome job, and has a great group supporting him here, and that's awesome to see. Man, that thing's good-looking. He's big-chested. He's got as much forearm and just feature as maybe anything within class. He pulls together a strong top line. From the profile, I thought we had one, and I was like, holy smokes, because I think he's really good. Unfortunately, when you get behind him, he wants to put too much weight on the outside of his hoof wall, push his hock outside the plane of his hip. If we could make him just better in that regard, I think we got a class winner. Again, where he's good, I think he's as good as anything in class. From there, we work into some barrows that I've talked to the kids, offer some parts and pieces. I just wish they were better in terms of their undercarriage, in terms of their squareness of build. Got some pasturing issues and maybe some feet and leg issues as we work on down the line. A good way to get started, though, and a great group of kids. Let's make some noise for them, please.
Your results from Class 22. First place, Jackson Beaver, Hillsboro FFA. Second place, Adeline Poe, Grady FFA. Third place, Lily Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. Animal was bred by Wintex Farms. Fourth place, Jade Stone of Martin County 4-H, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Fifth place, Creighton Rains, Fredericksburg FFA, bred by Rains Livestock. Sixth place, True Ham of the Wiley Abilene FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Seventh place, Emma Henson of Dripping Springs FFA, bred by Blunt Farms. Eighth place, Macy Botkin of Pearland FFA, bred by Tatson Livestock. Ninth place, Hayden Strand of Stamford FFA, bred by Thomas Show Pigs. And 10th place, Cutter Cadell, Stamford FFA, bred by Rival Genetics. Class 24, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 24, first call to the show ring. Let's give a round of applause to these exhibitors. Class 24, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 24, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 24, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 24, third and final call.
I think a nice class, and yet it presents some challenges, and there's some calls to be made, if you will, and is this one good enough chested? Is that one sound enough? And ultimately, that's the decision to be made on these top 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever you want to say here, because I think there's some close calls to be made. With that being said, for me, just the show bearer that's just the most maxed out in terms of his freshness, that keeps a build and feet and legs good enough in this particular setting. It is the young man's heavy blue bear. He's going to win. In relation to the one that falls into second, I read that guy to be stouter in his jawbone, rounder in his forerib, bigger in his back, and stouter in his pins. I still think he's got more rear foot size and bone. I'm not in love with that thing from the side. I do think his height to length ratio is right. I wish he could tie his neck a little higher on the top side of his shoulder if we're being critical, and then we could see him to be just a little leveler out of his hip. I think he's a functional bear, though, that's big rib, stout, has muscle, and certainly keeps balance and look good enough, particularly with the cards that are dealt. Thought the young man did a very, very good job. Again, much like the Class 1 winner, I think this 1 and 2, you could just make a lot of show bears like this and stay in business. He just checks a lot of boxes, in my opinion. He's a good-looking bear that's got the right kind of proportions from the side. He's dead level down his top. He's square when you get in behind him. He's upright on his pasterns. Probably doesn't get anybody into too much trouble. Unfortunately, at Rodeo Austin, they're going to probably have to have a shot more extras, maybe to get around bears like that one that wins in class. Read that guy to be a little shallower in his heart and harder in his body type. I didn't see him to be as stout in his jawbone or forearm. I didn't see him to be as maxed out in terms of just his pins or fluff up high. But man, I think that's a nice kind of show bear that's not going to get anybody into too much trouble. Didn't read him to just quite have the wow factor or the freshness. Young lady is an absolute hammer on the stick. My compliments to her. A very neat kind of pig in 3, not only just because he's got hair, but at the same time, his proportions and look from the side are what they absolutely need to look like for me. Man, I told someone in the back, I wish I had that guy's hair. I think that's a really neat kind of look, whether you like it or love it. It's certainly a talking point. But more importantly, from the profile, that thing is short-backed, he's tall-shouldered, he has an incredible look and presence about him. That is how they need to look from the profile. If we're just going to line him up and take a picture, man, that thing is very, very neat. Unfortunately, young lady, he comes at me, he has to have more chest, and it correlates to his body type. He reads to be flatter in his rib, and he drives away with the same disadvantage. I'd like to spread him in his pins, spread him in his hock, and give him just more He-Man power when he drives away. That's a high-quality show pig, though. I'd like to know what he's out of. Very, very neat when you get off to the profile of him. I told this young lady coming in 4, I think that thing's as maxed out in terms of his upper rib and spread and the shape that he has as much as anything within class. Whoever's in charge of getting this one hydrated and on the feed bucket, I compliment you, because I think he's the best in that regard. He's a bear that's got the right kind of length of body. He's a tall-shouldered bear that's still kind of good looking. He's square and secure when you get right in behind him. And even though he is square and secure off both ends, I still wish he was just better from a structural perspective. That guy's rocked way too far forward in his shoulder blade. He reads to be the shortest in his rump and consequently wants to stab his hind leg. Man, where he's good, though, in terms of freshness, in terms of look, in terms of proportions. I think a very, very nice pig there to be in 4. I like a lot of things about the 1 and 5, young lady. If we could just tweak him when you get right in behind him and maybe make him a rib shorter to balance just a bit better, man, I think this one could run towards the forefront. That's the biggest chested one that's the most flexible. He's got the ability to throw his head above his shoulder blade and drive at a comfortable level. He's still a bear that's elevated up front, yet gets out of his front skeleton with some flex and reach. He has a monster back, a monster rib cage. His length of hip and just length of step from the side is just absolutely unreal. Unfortunately, when you get behind him, he wants to sway and swivel and put too much weight on the outside of his hoof wall, and consequently, he wants to push his hock outside the plane of his hip. Still a good-looking bear. He comes with some power and some punch, and like I said, I love his rib. Young lady does an incredible job getting the most out of him. I just like to square him up when you get right in behind him. Again, another good skin and haired one there in 6. Told that young man we got to fix his knee and front foot and give him more chest. From there, we work into some bears that are just a little dry or flat. Maybe a couple on down the line we need to redesign out of their hip and hind leg. Interesting class. Let's make some noise for them kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 23. First place, Cannon Buckner, Ropes FFA. Second place, Brayley Kirkpatrick, Tolar FFA. Third place, Kenna Schramm of Sealy FFA. Animal was bred by Schramm Livestock. Fourth place, Paige Rutland of Lampasas FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Fifth place, Jocelyn Garcia of Brownfield FFA, bred by Outcast Genetics. Sixth place, Hunter Butler of Bell County 4-H, bred by Lloyd Livestock. Seventh place, Jacob McGill of Leon County 4-H, bred by McGill Show Pigs. Eighth place, Landon Stovall, Tom Green County 4-H, bred by Meyer Show Pigs. Ninth place, Mr. Huey Black, Randall County 4-H, bred by IDK Genetics. And 10th place, Mr. Luke Barber, Fort Bend County 4-H, bred by Schramm Livestock. Exhibitors in the barn, if you were fortunate enough to be a breed champion or reserve champion, you were given a bio to fill out. At some point today, could we please get those bios back to the announcer stand? Thank you. Class 25. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 25, first call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. Class 25, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 25, second call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these few exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 25, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 25, third and final call.
I think a very good class. Some of got bears sitting in 3 and 4 that certainly have class advantages, but at the same time, I think it's a 2-horse race, and I'm a big fan of both of these blue bears. It's not easy to put really any color of them together anymore, but to put a good blue one together, I think is even more difficult. I think this pair is just incredible, and really when you break them down, it becomes a fun pair to talk. Man, I think there's one that's just a little smoother in terms of his build, a little more athletic and level. I think there's one that comes with just a shot more chest and punch when you get right up on top of them. From the far, though, I'm a big fan of this one. When this young man gets his thing's head up and gets him rolling, his length of hip, range of motion, and comfort level is just absolutely incredible. I read that one to be more attractive about, his head and neck. I think he ties his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder, pulls together a longer, just more comfortable top line. He's longer and leveler out of his rump, and his range of motion is just absolutely incredible. He still comes with extra punch as an individual. I like his chest floor. His forerib reads good. His forearm's good. His size and circumference of rear bone may be as good as really anything within class. He's not as tricked out in terms of his upper rib and spread and maybe mass as the 1 and 2. I just felt like, man, that one was hard to punch a hole in, and is still a class leader, in my opinion, in terms of presence, in terms of bone, in terms of flex. A very high quality one to go ahead and win this particular class. I'm a big fan, again, of this 1 and 2, and man, you can make them like this all day long and be in the hunt. I don't care where you go. That's a big-chested kind of show bear that opens up square and shapely and good from a compositional perspective on the top side of his skeleton. He drives away with just more punch in terms of fluffiness of pin set and stifle shape in relation to that class winner. Again, you step off to the far, and I know we're getting critical, but you got to on a stage like this. I'd like to lengthen his neck, tie his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder, and then level him out of his rump just ever so slightly. Again, I know that's getting critical, but a very good pair there. My compliments to both of those kiddos and their team getting them ready. I told this young lady in 3, man, this thing's hair and skin is just absolutely immaculate. It's hard to make them look bright white on the dirt or on the pellets out here, and this one does that. I love that thing's skull. I love his length of body. I love his foot size, bone, hair, and density is absolutely incredible. He's square and true and genuine as he goes away. He's got a big tail root. He's stout from every angle. Unfortunately, young lady, I just couldn't get that one pieced together quite well. He comes at you and he needs more chest. You get him off to the profile. He needs to tie his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder. He's a little shorter and rounder out of his rump. Give credit where credit's due, though. Fit, absolutely incredible, and driven very good. I love the profile of the bear that comes into 4, and I compliment this team on getting the most out of this thing. Awesome job, man. This thing's ability to throw his head above his shoulder and drive at a comfortable level is absolutely incredible. He's a tall-shouldered bear that still has cushion and pushback slope and angulation to his shoulder, knee, and his front pastern is absolutely perfect. You get off to the profile again. I love this bear. His symmetry, his range of motion, and hind leg comfort level is absolutely insane. Unfortunately, getting in front of this one, he needs more chest, and of the top 4, I'd rate him to just be the plainest and most nondescript on the top side of his skeleton and goes away with the same disadvantage. If we're just going to line him up and take a picture, I'm a big fan of that one from the side. Let's give him a round of applause. My compliments to those kiddos there. I like a lot of things about the bear that comes in next. Again, and I say that a lot, but I truly mean that. I think that bear's height to length ratio from the side is incredible. Again, here's another tall-shouldered, attractive kind of bear. Just read him to be drier in his center. You study him in his forerib and heart. He reads to be a little pinched and flatter in that regard. I didn't see that guy to be as fresh, and fluffy on the top side of his skeleton. Still a sound structured bear that I think is adequate in terms of his feature. Again, a very nice one there in 5. Young lady in 6, another showman that did a very good job. Stout-legged bear that's presented very well. I love his stoutness of jaw, and this, just the width between his eyes is incredible. He's got a big hind leg. Needed that one to piece together just a bit better in terms of knee, front foot, and neck set. Same goes as he goes away. Interesting class. Let's make some noise for them kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 24, in first place, Parsons Spencer, Albany FFA. Second place, Archer Albrook, Potter County 4-H. Third place, Addison Horton of Farmersville FFA. Animal was bred by Blunt Farms. Fourth place, Mason Liebum, East Central FFA, bred by Fran Kowiak, Show Pigs. Fifth place, Dakota Gardner, Tom Green County 4-H, bred by Tex-Mex Genetics. Sixth place, Miranda Ham of Enos FFA, bred by Crazy 8 Show Pigs. Seventh place, Riley Kleinard, Milam County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics. Eighth place, Colin Robles of Victoria County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics. Ninth place, Cade Parker of Snyder FFA, bred by Spencer Coyer Show Pigs. 10th place, Ryan Balser of Kerr County 4-H, bred by RB2 Show Pigs. Class 26 is your first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 26, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 26, second call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 26, this is your third and final call to the show ring. 26, third and final call.
Well, without a doubt, the toughest top four that we have out here, we've had, or I've had, I guess, the last 2 days, and ultimately that's why my job's the most difficult, with the exceptions of probably the people running the show that get nothing but complaints about me. I guess I've got the next toughest job. With that being said, I love these top four bears. At the same time, I truly think you could justify a place in a many different direction. Ultimately, the one that become the most genuine, in my opinion, and still offered some look and some flexibility is a young man here in the pink shirt. That thing is incredible, from the top side of his blade to his knee, where his front foot hits the ring surface. He drives away, and I would encourage you to try to pick a hole in his rear view. That is a big square rear foot. He keeps his hock in check inside the plane of his hip, yet he's got pin set, he's got muscle, he's got mass. He's not the biggest rib, he's not the biggest bellied. I said yesterday, I'm not going to come in here and gut cut him. That thing needs more body. I wish he had more physical feel. I don't know if we're fighting weight or if he's just naturally a little that way. I wish he was bigger bodied. Man, that thing's good looking. He's shapely. He's compositionally awesome. I thought his feet and legs were right, and he was as square and true and genuine off either end of his skeleton as anything within the top four. This 1 and 2, if we could just piece him together just a bit better from the profile young lady, I think he has as much far-reaching pieces in terms of muscle, in terms of power and flexibility as anything that we have in class. That is a monster shoulder blade. He is the biggest and the most ditched out in terms of his shape up high. He's got a big pin set. He's got a ton of shape and muscle when you get behind him. He's still good enough, I think, in terms of his chest, and maintains flexibility incredibly well. He's a little rounder out of his rump, but honestly, that's probably why he has more flex and has the ability to drive at a comfortable level, probably as comfortable in terms of his rear leg, as anything within this particular top four. Unfortunately, from the side, I just can't convince myself he's just good enough. That guy wants to run downhill. He comes up in his jump muscle, and like I said, gets a little rounder out of his rump. But man, that thing's easy and fun to talk about because he's stout, he's powerful, and he maintains flexibility. He's got an awesome show bear head and neck on him. Young lady gets the most out of him. When the bear in 3 come through the sift pen, I didn't even get behind him because I said I don't care what it even looks like. That thing takes 3 steps in, and man, that looks like a show winner first impression. That's an awesome shoulder blade, an awesome chest. He's square when he comes at you. He is perfect in terms of his height to length ratio. I love his head and neck. He pulls together a strong top line. Who's ever in charge of getting this one ready in terms of flesh and fluff up high, you got him absolutely dialed in. That's what a show bear needs to look like. Unfortunately, as the drive wore on, and I was afraid moving forward this would happen, that guy just wants to drag his leg and just kind of labor off his rear too. And I don't mean to be critical, but we just got to make him more athletic. For me today, man, that thing looks expensive, and I mean that in a good way. That thing is fit to a T, clipped to a T. Kid does a very, very good job. He's big backed and stout ended. Clean him up there in his flank, but that's not why he's third. He's third because I just didn't think he had a big enough running gear to go on the top pair. I had you winning at one time, young lady, because I think you could argue you've got the combination hog within the class that's bigger bodied and fresher centered than our class winner. He's got the look and shape of our class winner, yet he's sounder structured and leveler built than 2 and 3. Excuse me. When push come to shove, and it was time to shove him in 1, 2, 3, and 4, I couldn't convince myself your bear had enough chest. I couldn't convince myself he was good enough just coming at you, and He-Man enough in terms of his forerib shape, body shape, and I thought of the initial 4, he was the most refined in his rear bone work. Man, I think that's getting critical, though. That looks like a Midwest kind of state fair bear, in my opinion. Big ring-like. That thing's presented to a T, as fresh as a daisy. Very, very good job. Just thought we needed to man him up just a bit to get any higher. When this one come through back there, I thought, man, if he gets in the big ring and has just enough spread underneath, we got one, because he's got the big feet, the big limbs. He's got an awesome show bear head. His skin and hair is absolutely incredible. Young lady does a good job. I think we're just going to line him up and take a picture. I like this one a good deal. Unfortunately, coming and going, he's the narrow-chested bear, and to no surprise, is the flattest and driest in his body, and unfortunately, he goes away the narrowest as well. But a very, very high-quality one there. Work this one up in 6, because I think just, man, he checks a lot of boxes from the profile. That's a good-looking show bear there that unfortunately just ran out of horsepower, particularly foot and bone in this class. Really, really good class. Take them how you like them. Just my opinion. Let's make some noise for all those kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 25, first place, Heaton Woodson, Montgomery County 4-H. Second place, Kendall Shackelford, Sulphur Springs, FFA. Third place, Kyle Hardison, Fredericksburg, FFA. Animal was bred by Wintex Farms. Fourth place, Brinley Wilson of Midland County 4-H, bred by Rival Genetics. Fifth place, Kesslin Burns of Medina County 4-H, bred by Blunt Farms. Sixth place, Channing Howard of Seminole FFA. Animal was bred by DL Show Pigs. Seventh place, Chloe Jones of Wall FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Eighth place, Brenlin Fulton of Early FFA, bred by Empty Heart Livestock. Ninth place, Aubrey Poe of Canadian FFA, bred by Walzer Farms Hot Rod Genetics. 10th place, Rylan Hamby of Williamson County 4-H, bred by Underdog Genetics. Class 27, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 27, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 27, this is your second call to the show ring. 27, the second call to the show ring. Class 27, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final call, Class 27.
Well, probably not the heater class that we had there in the last round, but I still think some hogs that offer some neat pieces and get me excited to get to the mic and talk about. It's easy to see from the outside looking in that the bear that wins needs to be better as he comes right at you. He obviously is a little winged out in his elbow and wants to toe in and get just a little wobbly up front. And I'm still not convinced he's absolutely secure from behind. And I know a lot of judges don't start with negatives, but sometimes I like to just get him out there on the table and make sure we're all on the same page. Past that, that's the best one in 98% of the areas, and it's not even close. That's a power hog that's got muscle to burn. He's shapely up high. He's massive from behind. He is giant in terms of his foot size and bone work, and then you step off to the side of him. He's massive in his head, yet clean enough in his throat latch, and has a very prominent kind of jawbone. I think his height to length ratio is right, and I think his flexibility is good enough with the cards that are dealt. That one, to me, looked the most like a class winner here at the Rodeo Austin. My compliments to that exhibitor. Fit very, very well and shown good out here. Congratulations to him and his crew. The 1 and 2 I thought offered the next most good and was the closest to putting it all together of the remaining ones. From the profile, I like that guy's stoutness of skull. I like his prominence of jawbone. He's the right kind of length of body, and even though he's maybe not perfectly square from behind, I still think his reach and flex from the profile is very, very good. He needs more chest as he comes right at you and as he goes away. I wish he had more muscle, but man, that thing's ditched out up top. They got the absolute most out of him here in Austin, and the young lady does a good job. Got that one ready to roll, so my compliments to them. We dropped that bear out in 3. Honestly, had this one a little all over the board. Early didn't hit me. First impression, he's a little longer bodied, a little more shallow in his flank there, and maybe not just as attractive, but when you start studying the goods with the cards that are dealt, there's a big-chested, muscular kind of bear that's got muscle when you get right in behind him. And even though maybe he gets a little wide walking, I still think his length of hip, his flexibility, and the angle to his shoulder suggests he's a flexible, productive kind of bear there. Again, make him piece together just a bit better from the side, bring him in and make him a shot more conservative from behind. Just a good feeding kind of bear that comes in next. It's round in his rib, good in his body shape, looks like a real world kind of pig, and I mean that in a good way. Big shoulder blade, gut spread up high. He's obviously not as attractive or as elegant up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. I still think his proportions from the side are right. I still think his hind leg is good enough and conservative enough. Just didn't offer as many wow factors or bells and whistles as those 4s that preceded him. The bear that comes out next, I like his look from the side. He's a proportional kind of bear that's got the right kind of length of body. He's good from a compositional aspect. Could never just get his hind leg to work quite like I wanted. He wants to knuckle in his rear passer and kind of hawk in and get underneath himself all at the same time. But man, where that one's good, I think he's real good. I love his forerib shape. I love his spread up high. From there, we're working at some bears, again, that either need to be a little fresher or need to be redesigned from a structural perspective. But a good group of kids. Let's show them our appreciation, please.
Your results from Class 26. First place, Callaway McMoney's, Martin County 4-H. Second place, Haley Riley, Lexington FFA. Third place, Melody Dusek of Wall FFA, bred by Lang Livestock. Fourth place, Maddie Beard, Decatur FFA, bred by West Texas Genetics. Fifth place, George Jackson of Very Best FFA, bred by Mund Livestock. Sixth place, Sydney Miller, Hale County 4-H, bred by DL Show Pigs. Seventh place, McKenna Land, Harris County 4-H. Eighth place, Grady Lackey, Hamilton FFA, bred by Clarence Schmidt. Ninth place, Fisher Waldrop, Dallam County 4-H, bred by Chance Waldrop. 10th place, Courtney Lecomte, Pearland FFA, bred by Tatson Livestock. At this time, if you were a first or second place in the light crosses, classes 22 through 26, start making your way to the show ring. First and seconds, light crosses, class 22 through 26, make your way to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn, public service announcement. Please go through gate 1 for tack loadout. Gate 1 for tack loadout as you come and grab your things. First and second placings, light cross, class 22 through 26. This is your second call to the show ring. Second call for first and seconds. Light crosses, class 22 through 26. Make your way to the show ring, please. Class 28, lightweight dark cross. First call of the show ring, class 28. This is your first call to the show ring.
Well, I think a good trio here, and at the same time, I don't know if you could put three of them in the ring at the same time and look any kind of different, but at the same time, I think all of them have class advantages. I think the 1 and 3, you could argue, is as good from a carcass and a cutout perspective as any, as much as maybe dumb as that sounds. I like that guy's shape and expression up high. I think he's awesome from a composition perspective. You got 1 and 2 that doesn't come with as much chest and punch, but I think hind leg structure and look from the side, just build, function is good. And then you got one that wins the class that just looks like the He-Man of the drive that obviously could be redesigned just a bit. But I like this guy a good deal. As he drives at me, that thing's stout in his mug. He's got a big shoulder blade. His spread and punch up high is awfully unique. He is the class leader in forearm, skull, and feature. His rear foot size and bone is just absolutely impressive. He's hairy. He's got a big tail root that's cranked way up there. I'm not telling you he's the most attractive bearer that we've seen all day, but I think everything fits and blends together. Everything is proportional on that kind of bearer. As he drives right at you, I wish he was better in his knee and chest. Actually, his chest is pretty good. I wish he was better in his knee and front foot, but at the same time, I didn't feel like there was one that was any better in that regard. Man, that's the class weight leader in terms of feature. That's the class leader in terms of bulk mass. He kept flexibility and balance in check. Young lady does an incredible job getting the most out of that one. I love the front third when you get off to the side of this bearer. Man, he's tall-shouldered, yet he's still got some cushion and some angulation to his shoulder, knee, and front foot is just absolutely incredible. He's a stout mugwin that ties his neck high on the top side of his shoulder. He's elegant ahead of his blade. He's flexible in his top line, yet he's strong and level in his top line. He's square when you get right in behind him. As good in terms of his pin to where his hock to where his rear foot hits the ring surface as anything within class. As he comes right at you, young man, we got to man that one up and give him more spread to his chest, spread him in his knee, and just give him more width. That correlates to the fact that of the top two, he read to be the flattest in his forearm and the flattest in his body shape. Didn't read him to be as bulky up high, but man, I like a lot of things about that pig. He's tall-shouldered, good-looking, real good in terms of his feet and legs, and I can appreciate that. A very, very nice bearer there to be in second. This 1 and 3 is kind of the problem child of the group because I think you could argue there's the good-looking, hard-shaped one that's got enough bone and got enough rib. Unfortunately, when push come to shove, I couldn't convince myself he was just soft enough in his rib, big enough in his rear bone and foot. I wish he was rounder bodied. I wish he was just stouter in terms of his rear foot size. And then he's not perfect either from a structural perspective. I thought he wanted to twist and shuffle just a bit from behind, and he's the one that wants to toe in and get a little pigeon-toed as they drive right at you. Man, that thing's color's awesome. His skin and hair is the best of the drive. I love how ditched out he is in his shape. I would encourage you to get on top of that one in the back. His real muscle and genuineness is just absolutely incredible within this particular class. Same goes for the bearer in 4, much like the bearer there in 3. Man, he's good in terms of his shape up high. Who's ever in charge of getting this one ready, my hat's off to you, because I think he's a genuine kind of bearer that still offers some look up front. I still think his height to length ratio is good. Gave him just a little extra time out here in the big ring to try to get comfortable. Perhaps the real issue is he's a little shorter rump. He wants to knuckle in his rear pastern and kind of camp out underneath himself just just never could get that one's rear leg to quite do what I wanted it to do. Man, that's a tall-shouldered one that's short back, neat looking up front, and got muscle to burn. Just got to fix him there out of his hind leg. On the other end of the spectrum, we got the bearer that comes in 5. He's accompanied with more foot size and bone than the 2 bearers that precede him. He's rounder in his body and just easier looking in terms of his feet ability. I didn't see that guy to be near as attractive enough out here in the big ring, and then you get up on top of him. He was the plainest and just the most nondescript in his shape, but man, that's real world good kind of livestock there. Big-footed, heavy-legged, round-bodied, sound-structured, and got some spread and dimension when you study him at the ring surface. Just wish he was a little more tricked out in terms of his shape and look. Bears that come out next, I've talked to all those kids, either need a shot more power or we need to redesign them from just a build perspective. Good group of hogs and kids. Let's make some noise, please.
Class 28, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 28, second call to the show ring. We now go into our light crossbreed drive. Class 22, Jackson Beavers, Hillsboro FFA. From Class 23, Cannon Buckner, Ropes FFA. Coming out of Class 24, Parson Spencer, Albany FFA. From Class 25, Hayden Woodson, Montgomery County 4-H. From Class 26, Callaway McMorris, Martin County 4-H. And from Class 27, Riley McDaniel, Ira FFA.
Well, I think real pleased with these light-colored ones, or whatever the division may be called, ultimately Blue Bud division. Man, I think these things all bring something to the forefront, and I think you could justify going lots of different directions. To be honest, to me, for me anyway, it's just kind of a three-horse race, and to be honest, one of those probably just needs a shot more body to look fresh enough out of here. One of them's maybe just a little crunchier up front, and maybe not good enough as he comes right at you, and then there's one that I think is just a combination of those two. My champion's one that I think is incredible in terms of his look, his presence, his skeleton from the side is so flawless. He's long-hipped, he's sound about his hind leg, he's hairy, he's dense, and like I said, I think he's square-built and more attractive than one, and I think he's fresher centered and just more pliable in terms of his center and more practical in that regard. I said earlier I thought he was just incredible in terms of combining some squareness, some looks, some flexibility, and comes with a little extra punch. Young man right here, you're going to be our champion blue.
Your champion light cross comes from class 24, Parson Spencer, Albany FFA. Coming into the ring from class 24, Archer Albrock, Potter County 4-H.
We dropped that second in, and like I talked about in that particular class, I thought it was close. I think that guy comes back in, and it's the same song and dance as it was earlier. Just incredible in terms of his squareness coming at you. I think in relation to that class winner, he reads to be just a shot more manned up on the top side of his skeleton, just in terms of the spread and shape he does have. Like I said earlier, we could level him out of his rump just ever so slightly, and in relation to that champion, I didn't think he was maybe just as elite in terms of his head and neck. I thought that pair was close. I still do. That's my second favorite today.
Your reserve champion light cross comes from class 24, Archer Albrock, Potter County 4-H. Just a reminder, we need a parent or a representative from both the champion and reserve champions to meet down with the exhibitor behind the photo booth. Your results from class 27. First place, Oliver Rusher, Ira FFA. Second place, Trey Candles, Sinton FFA. Third place, Cale Tabor, New Home FFA. Fourth place, Burke Waldrip, Dallin County 4-H, bred by Chance Waldrip. Fifth place, Hagen Heisey, Lubbock County 4-H, bred by Underdog Genetics. Sixth place, Hallie Hawkins, Livingston FFA, bred by Chance Waldrip. Seventh place, Briley Mule of Medina County 4-H, bred by Cole Farms. Eighth place, Faith Doza of Clear Falls FFA, bred by HF Genetics. Ninth place, Harper Davis of Brock FFA, bred by Fran Kowiek, Show Pigs. And 10th place, Cason Evans, Medina FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Class 29, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 29, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. Class 29, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 29, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. Attention in the barn. Paradise FFA. Your vehicle and trailer are parked in the city lot, which is used for school buses. It has been requested that you move your vehicle as soon as possible. Paradise FFA, if you could, please move your truck and trailer as soon as possible. Class 29, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 29, third and final call.
Well, again, like I said this morning, we're going to take time where time's needed, and we're going to roll through them. I ain't here to try to wear out any pigs. At the same time, I understand the difference and the importance between 3 and 4, and want to give those two young ladies a fair shake to try to drive for a sale spot. I like this top pair a good deal, and I'm not going to tell you again, they look perfectly like each other, but there's one that's just the most my speed, and man, I like this one a good deal. I'd love to know how he's bred. Tall-shouldered, yet sound structured out of his front end. That's how they need to look for me. Tall-shouldered, good looking, pulls together a flexible yet strong top line. He's stout, but yet he's not burly and out there and too coarse and stale looking and old looking. He's truly square and genuine. You get right in behind him, his top's clipped and fitted to a T and absolutely maxed out. He's not as round in his body shape as maybe I'd, if we're going to make the perfect one, he's not as round in his body shape, and maybe that'll come with the next few hours, or maybe just as just crazy in terms of his chest as the 1 and 2, but I think that's a good kind of show bear to go ahead and win. The 1 and 2 definitely have some talking points. He's the he-man of the group, stout in his mug, he's bigger in his chest, he's more intimidating as they drive right at you across the ring surface. He's a big shoulder-bladed hog that opens up good out of the backside of his blade. He's good in his body shape. I love his length to height ratio. When you get off to the side of him, he's a moderate kind of power hog, but yet he doesn't come across too small or dinky, particularly obviously as we're talking lightweights here. Man, I think that thing's really, really good. Didn't see him to be as attractive up front. Didn't see him to be just as maxed out maybe in terms of his skin and hair. Man, I think that's a very, very good pig there to be in second. I love the Barras in 3 and 4, and honestly, we can just drop them out together and let them drive here for a bit. Ultimately, when push come to shove, I thought there was one that come with just a shot more forearm, a stronger pastern set, a taller shoulder, and a neat kind of look up front. Young lady there on the far side is going to be 3. I think that Barra needs to be better in his top line, leveler out of his rump, and maintained a flexibility north and south just a bit better than the Barra there in 4. Both Barras presented incredibly well. Young lady there in 4's got one that's got the advantage within the pair in terms of shape, in terms of muscle, in terms of cutout value. Man, that thing's clipped to a T. He's got a big ditch working down his back. I thought when push come to shove, he got a little squatty and off in terms of his hip and hind leg. He wants to kind of tuck and duck there from behind and got just a little uncoordinated. I did think he was the bigger chested option of the two. I thought he had more shape. Young lady did a very, very good job. I like the Barra a lot in 5. I told this young man it kills me to put you in 5 because that thing's maxed out in terms of his skin and hair. He's very, very big-footed. He's heavy-legged. He's probably as good in terms of his center body and just roundness of rib shape as much as anything within this particular class. For me, as he drives right at you, he has to be better in his chest and knee, particularly speaking that there's some very nice hogs above him. And then I thought when you studied him from the far, he read to be the most generic in his jawbone and had the most just cheek and throat latch. Man, I think shoulder blade back, though, that's very, very good livestock. My compliments to you, man. One of the very, very best fifth-place pigs that we've seen. Young lady in 6 is an awesome showman there. I love that Barra's length of body and his look up front. Unfortunately, as he drives right at you, young lady, he's too closed up in his chest, and then he's the shortest hipped and needs to just go better. From there, we're working to some Barras. The man could have been up towards the forefront of a lot of classes. I'm pumped up to get to these crosses. What started with a bang.
Your results for Class 28. First place, Cutter Hull, Wilbarger County 4-H. Second place, Crew Carson, Davenport FFA. Third place, McKinley Evans, Idalou FFA, bred by Byers Farms. Fourth place, Georgia Witt, Robinson FFA, bred by Stork Livestock. Fifth place, Brady Letts, Haskell FFA, bred by Bowman Livestock. Sixth place, Mason McDaniel, Ira FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Seventh place, Heath Hines of Sealy FFA, bred by The Stud. Eighth place, Nia Holster, Fort Bend County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics. Ninth place, Lauren Taylor, East Central FFA, bred by HF Genetics. And 10th place, Rayleigh Walker, Knox County 4-H. Bred by Dulms Prevailing Genetics. Class 30. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 30, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn. If you have lost an Apple Watch or an iPhone, they have been moved to Lost and Found in the Livestock office. If you are missing some items, like an Apple Watch or an iPhone, we have sent them to the Lost and Found in the Livestock office. Class 30, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 30, second call to the show ring. Just a reminder, all breed champion and reserve champions, when they come back for the grand drive, will be reweighed across the scales. Champion and breed champions for the grand drive will be reweighed across the scales. And if you were an individual that have received a champion and reserve champion breed, you were given a biography, please bring that back to the announcer stand as soon as possible. We need your biography for the champion drive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these few exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 30, it's your third and final call to the show ring. Class 30, third and final call.
Well, I think a neat top, really 4, 5, 6, however deep you want to go here to talk about lots of different types and kinds. And honestly, I do think it falls together relatively logical. And I always think it's funny when judges say that because most of the time people around ringside think they need to go a different direction, and I'm perfectly okay with that. The one that wins, I just think, is the combination hog. And I know that's easy to say. It's kind of a bland statement. But I think he's square built and got more just stuff on him than the one that falls into 3. And I think he's just fresher about his head and neck and ties everything together just a bit better than the black bear. Here's a square-chested one that's got the right kind of height to link ratio. He's big up high. He's good in his chest floor. He drives away incredibly square and secure. And then you get off to the side of him, and I'm not going to tell you that's just a wild-built one from the profile, but that one's balance is right. His height to link ratio is good. Everything blends and is smooth on that one. A nice kind of bear to go ahead and win this particular class. Hair and bone definitely favors the 1 and 2. I'm a big fan of this one's rear leg. Just in terms of density, squareness, and flexibility, I love the way that he's presented in terms of his skin and hair. His clip job up high is absolutely incredible. You get off to the far, and I'd like to tie his neck a little higher on the top side of his shoulder, and then you start talking about lightweight market hogs. He gets just a little old and stale about his head, but man, that thing is well presented. He's got a big square kind of hind leg, a big back laid in him, and balance is relatively good from the side. This view right here absolutely, gets me fired up. That thing coming in 3rd has the ability to throw his head above his shoulder and drive at a comfortable level. He's perfect in terms of his silhouette from the side. His hind leg comfort, reach, and flexibility is absolutely perfect. I love that pig's just build from the side and his ability to use his hind leg as good as maybe anything we've seen throughout the week or weekend here. Man, I love that thing. When he comes right at you, he needs to be better in his chest and knee. You get on top of him, and he's a distant 3rd of those initial 3, just in terms of spread, in terms of back shape, and the He-Man kind of power on the top side of his skeleton. Man, you could make a lot of pigs like that and stay in business. So good-looking, wild-colored, neat in terms of his hip and hind leg. Young lady does an incredible job getting the most out of this one. This one comes through the SIF pen. I thought, man, here's our class winner. First and foremost, skin and hair and fit job up high is absolutely incredible. He's got a big chest floor. He drives away incredibly square and true. I don't know if he's just a little scared out here, hesitant to the drive. I tried to give him just a little extra time to get comfortable. Maybe he just doesn't like me, but I just never really wanted to grab a gear and go. But more importantly, when you compare him to those top 3, I didn't think maybe he was as attractive or as stout in his skull up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. I didn't see him to be as stout-legged as those 2 that went 1 and 2 in this particular class. Man, that one's good-bodied. He's fresh up high. He's square in his build. Young lady's done a good job getting him presented in terms of his skin and hair. Like to make him a shot more athletic, a shot more attractive up front. Young man does a good job coming in 5. I like this bear just in terms of his fundamentals and practicality. Good centered, good hip and hind leg, a good feeding kind of bear. In the big ring here at Austin, that one just needs more punch. He needs more foot size. He needs more bone work to get any higher. Man, again, I think you could raise a lot of pigs like that and stay in business. Square in his build, awesome hind leg, good feeding kind of bear. Certainly won't get anybody in too much trouble. From there, we work into some hogs that maybe just fall out of bed just a bit from a balance perspective. Great group of kids, though. Let's put our hands together for them, please.
Attention the barn. Public service announcement. If you have a white 3/4 ton platinum Super Duty license plate S as in Sam, T as in Tom, N as in Nancy 7669, you are parked in the wrong spot. You are prohibiting anybody to walk through the parking lot. We ask that you move your white F-250 Platinum Super Duty immediately. Thank you. Your results for Class 29, first place, Lexi Terry, Shallow Water FFA. Second place, Brandy Lynn Barlow, Wiley FFA. Third place, Khaki Bishop, Shallow Water FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Fourth place, Kylie Van Alsdal, Canyon Lake FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Fifth place, Daniel Haley, Winkler Loving 4-H, bred by Clay Farms. Sixth place, Reese Huffaker of Port FFA, bred by Byers Farms. Seventh place, Aubrey Bowman, Davenport FFA, bred by M&S Livestock. Eighth place, Coulter Edgar, Albany FFA, bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Ninth place, Brinley Edwards of Idalou FFA, bred by Phillips Show Pigs. And 10th place, Haley Oldham, Toller FFA, bred by Chance Waldrip. Class 31, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 31, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 31, your second call to the show ring. Class 31, second call to the show ring. Class 31. This is your third and final call. Class 31, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, I think a class that comes together, when you just kind of put some thought process to it. You've got one in second that's the He-Man Stouty that we could redesign in an area or two, maybe make just a shot better looking. You got one in three that balances and proportions so awesome from the side, but just needs more horsepower coming and going. And I think the Black Bear, the predominantly Black Bear, becomes the combination of those two. He's got the look that I'm after from the profile, yet he's a little safer and just more conservative and better legged than the Bear there in second, offers more look. I think that thing's actually got more just spread up high than you might expect from the outside looking in. He actually has more just shape and expression than the Bear in three. More importantly, and in relation to the Bear in two, he comes at you square and stronger in his front foot placement. He leaves you and is just incredibly square and true. I think from his pin to his hock to his rear foot, from the profile, even though he is tall-shouldered and good-looking and really kind of has the right height to length ratio, I would like to piece him together just a bit better in his top line. He wants to deviate just a little bit right out of the backside of his blade. He comes up in his jump muscle just a bit, but I think that's a big-legged, good-looking kind of show bear that's right from a compositional perspective. And of the initial three, there's no doubt in my mind he's the squarest and most secure coming and leaving. The one in second's hard to ignore. Man, that thing's stout-headed. He's got a big shoulder blade, a monster forearm. His spread up high is more than adequate, I think, and his power from behind is awfully intimidating. Big pin, big hairy rear leg, and actually from the outside or from the profile, he's not the most attractive one. There's no doubt. I'd like to see him just taller shouldered and longer neck, but at the same time, where I was going with that, I think he actually blends in terms of height to length ratio. Everything fits together. Changes front foot. He wants to swivel just a bit there on the outside of his right rear foot there, just a bit. Obviously, we could tweak him in an area or two, but big-footed, hairy, dense, still proportional from the side. Young lady gets the most out of him. When this one come through the sift pin in three, I thought, man, here we got him, because he can kind of give you a three-quarter view that's awfully intimidating and hard to ignore. I love that show bear head and neck on him. He's the right length of body. His skin and hair and proportion from the side is awfully good. From the outside looking in, you'd expect him to be a little flatter from behind, and that's the case. He needs more chest coming at you. He needs more power going away. Young lady, I'd be willing to accept that if he was just absolutely perfect structured. I thought as the drive wore on, he wanted to get a little short stepping from behind. I love his balance. I love his proportions. His skin and hair presence from the side is awfully hard to ignore. Young lady's got the most out of him. I compliment her. Had the one in four a little all over the board, because I think you could argue, hey, that's the good-looking pig that's still accompanied with some bone and power. I couldn't just ever get him to piece together quite right, young lady. That thing gets just a little flatter in his forerib, a little more tucked up and shallow in his flank, and that kind of correlates to the fact that he needs more spread and bulk up high. I do appreciate that bear's chest width. I appreciate his ability to throw his head above his shoulder blade and drive at a comfortable level. His view from behind is good and square. I just couldn't get his body shape and symmetry from the side to kind of all work together. The Berkshire Bear in 5 is one that just checks a lot of boxes. I think here's a sound structured hog that's good in terms of his rib. He's relatively adequate, I think, as far as muscle and width is concerned. His skin and hair and the way that he's presented on the top side of his skeleton is awfully good. Obviously, in a crossbred setting, he gives up just a bit of just foot size and bone, if we could make him just a shot stouter at the ring surface. Man, I think we're talking class winner type stuff here, because I think he's squarer built and sounder structured than maybe some that precede him. Just needs to come with just a shot more bone. From there, I've talked to the kids. Man, it's a nice class here. Let's put our hands together for all them kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 30. First place, Cole Raines, Fredericksburg FFA. Second place, Kate Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. Third place, Hattie, Little S. Tyson, Randall County 4-H, bred by Clay Farms. Fourth place, Ava Thompson, Freestone County 4-H, bred by Wintex Farms. Fifth place, Isabella Slauson, Williamson County 4-H, bred by Berger Farms. Sixth place, Avery Matez, Brown County FFA. Breeder was Matez Show Pigs. Seventh place, Grant Meyer, Falls County 4-H, bred by Meyer Swine Farm. Eighth place, Zane Thompson, Farmersville FFA, with WTH Show Pigs. Ninth place, Kaylee Walker of New Home FFA, bred by Fisher Show Pigs. 10th place, London Fattrell, Friendship FFA, bred by Night Show Pigs. Class 32, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 32, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. Attention in the barn. At the conclusion of the lightweight dark cross division, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. At the conclusion of the lightweight division, a 30-minute lunch break. Class 32, second call to the show ring. Class 32, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 32, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 32, third and final call.
Well, I think a nice class that sorts relatively quickly. And like I said, I don't hope we're not rushing through anything. Want to get all the views, but at the same time, I'm not here to wear them out. The one that wins has a relatively good handle on this particular class, in this judge's opinion anyway. First and foremost, I'm not in love with just his neck and throat latch up front. Past that, though, I think that's very, very good livestock. He's square and good enough coming at you. You get on top of him. He's maxed out in terms of just the shape and freshness that he has. He's clipped to a T and absolutely perfect in that regard. He drives away very, very square, and you get off to the side of him, and like I said, he's maybe not just the most rope-necked, the most attractive bearer that we've seen all week, but I think everything fits and balances relatively well. I think, man, that thing's got a really, really big hind leg that knows how to work. Very square, true, and comfortable when you get right in there behind him. A nice kind of place to go ahead and start. Very comfortable with the one in second. Just kind of falls in here by default, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because I think that hog has a ton of good to talk about him. Of the initial four, I think that's the next best one, or maybe even the best one, arguably, coming right at you in terms of squareness of chest and knee. You get off to the side of him, he pulls together a long level kind of top line. He's stout in his mug, yet good enough in his neck. I think without a doubt he's cleaner in his throat latch than our class winner. I think a good pig from a compositional perspective. As a whole, or just as an individual, I'd maybe make him a rib shorter to make him balance just a bit better, and then when you get right in behind him, he don't have the pin width or muscle or just the rear bone circumference as that class winner. I didn't see him to be just as maxed out as that class winner, but a very nice kind of second place pig. My compliments to that young lady. Does a very good job getting him driven out here. I like a lot of things about the 1 and 3. Like I've said so many times today, if we make more that just look like this, the pig shows would be better as a whole. Does he have just enough punch, enough foot size and feature to win a big one? Probably not, but that's a tall shouldered, late maturing bear. That's square and square when you get right in behind him. I think he's compositionally very, very good and appropriate in that regard. His shape up high is good. He's square when you get right in behind him. He's obviously not as big forearmed or as big legged as those two that precede him. He could use a shot more just body to make him balance just a bit better, but a square chested bear that's square when you get right in behind him, and like I said, from a composition perspective, very, very good. If we didn't see the one come at us that comes in 4, we might be tempted, or I might be tempted to get that one a little higher, because if you get past his chest, I think that's a neat kind of show bear, a neat kind of look up front. He's got shape up high. He goes away incredible. I think just maybe as good as anything within the top 4 in terms of pin width, in terms of stifle width, yet he keeps his hock inside the plane of his body. I think a really nice pig there. Got to fix his chest, and then if you want to get critical on his top line, you get off to the side of him. He wants to come up in his jump muscle there just a bit. Young lady in 5 does a good job getting the most out of her project here. I thought when push come to shove, he just needed more jaw, chest, and bone, but I like his length of body. I like his range of motion, one that's still good from a compositional perspective. Again, young man in 6 does a very good job. That bear fought that young man as he come through the sift pin, gave him just a little extra time, and one that certainly deserved to get to the big ring. It gets out here, maybe just doesn't have enough just punch and power. From there we work into some that just need to be balanced better, but a very, very good group of kids, good group of hogs. I know it's getting tiring here to listen to me talk. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
Just a reminder, at the conclusion of our lightweight dark cross division, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. This will be at the end of class 33. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. We will start up again with class 34. Your results from Class 31, Weston Lackey of Haskell FFA. In second place, London Holmes, Harper at 4-H. Third place, Cole Rutland, Lampasas FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Fourth place, Laney Cook, New Home FFA, bred by Shaded W Show Pigs. Fifth place, Racy Pinkstar of Brownwood FFA, bred by F2 Genetics. Sixth place, Cody Smith of Brazoria 4-H, bred by Chance Waldrop. Seventh place, Paisley Jones of Howard County 4-H, bred by Meyer Show Pigs. Eighth place, Braden Walker of Wilson County 4-H, bred by WG Show Pigs. Ninth place, Kaylee Indu of Stanford FFA, bred by Bowman Livestock. And 10th place, Darius Cabos of Bexar County 4-H. Superior choice. Class 33, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 33, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 33, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 33, third and final call to the show ring.
It's pretty obvious to see that the class winner's not happy about life, but that's me on some days too, so we're going to forgive him there. I like that pig. I know he's not the happiest out here, but really hasn't affected it, just his comfort level. I know he's not the fastest moving. That's a big-chested, good-looking show bearer that is absolutely maxed out on the top side of his skeleton. More importantly, in relation to the one that falls into second, he's by some margin bigger-chested and squarer in his knee. I read him to be more genuine coming and going, and at the same time, even though he's a little squealy, I still read him to be more relaxed in his rear pastern and utilize his hind leg with just more flex and reach. Again, we'd like to see him grab a gear and go, at a faster pace. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. His attitude's not the best, but a very, very high quality one to go ahead and win. Skin and hair and just absolute presentation on this one in second is absolutely off the charts. This thing is presented incredible. I love his length of body. I love his proportions from the side. That's a show bearer head and neck. I like him. That proportional from the side is my speed. Unfortunately, he comes at you. He has to have more chest, and maybe we'd be more forgiving of that, but he drives away and reads to be a little more closed up at the ring surface as well. At the same time, I read him to be a little upright on his rear pastern. Never just wanted to get deep heeled and as comfortable as I'd consider ideal. That thing's presented awesome. He's big boned. He's balanced and proportional. I think his front end is absolutely incredible. I love the chest width and running gear in terms of flexibility of the bear in three, and man, that thing's as wide and as flexible as any within the top three. And you ask, well, why is he third? For me, when you dip in and really start studying feature, that guy reads to be the most refined in his front leg there, the smallest in his ankle. He's a little longer about his beak and a little snipier up there through his jawbone for me. And of the top three, I read him to be the plainest and most nondescript in terms of his shape, not only up high, but from behind as well. But man, give credit where credit's due. That's a big-chested, flexible kind of bear that when you get off to the side of him, he pulls together a long top line. I love his lines from the side. Give him a shot more feature, stouten his mug just a bit, freshen his back. Man, I like that top trio a good deal. Take him for what it's worth. Take him how you like him. It's just my opinion today. I thought we had one when they first come through through the gates back there, through the chutes. I thought this bear, man, from the top side and from behind was really, really good. Good spread up high. He's a stout-featured, stout-skulled one that's square square and mobile when you get right in behind him. Unfortunately, in the big ring, I just couldn't get him to balance. He's a rib long, if you will. He's a little plainer and thicker about his neck, and then asked when asked to go, maybe just didn't go as comfortably, as flexible as I'd consider ideal. A dark pigmented one, though, that's got good skin and hair. He's stout in his mug, good in his pasture, and stout in his feature. One we just need to redesign just in an area or two to get any higher. Young lady does a very good job. Barrett coming in 5, one that I like a lot of things about. Just his rear third in terms of flexibility and squareness is absolutely insane. I love his just length of body and the way that he proportions and balances from the side. His skin and hair is as good as anything within this particular class. He has to be stouter jawed, he has to be bigger chested, and he has to be more genuine as they drive right at you. Man, that's a good looking kind of show bearer that's leveled on his top line and got the absolute most out of him, and I can appreciate that. From there, we're working to some bearers that probably just aren't as fresh or as well presented, maybe some that need to fall out just a bit in terms of squareness and just being good enough at the ring surface. But man, these kids are doing awesome getting them drove. Let's make some noise for them, please.
Your results from Class 32. First place, Hank Majeski, Washington County 4-H. Second place, Ryan Cox, Haskell FFA. Third place, Brock Basir, Lubbock County 4-H. Bred by D.L. Show Pigs. Fourth place, Allison Seaton. Allison Seaton from Hendrickson FFA, bred by Bishop Show Pigs. Fifth place, Emma Myers of Monday FFA, bred by Kip Smith. Sixth place, Brittany Haley of Wink FFA, bred by Clay Farms. Seventh place, Wesley Humphreys, Sudan FFA, bred by Harkey Farms. Eighth place, Gabriella Russell of S&S Consolidated FFA, bred by Fortner Show Pigs. Ninth place, Stetson Moeller, Santa Fe FFA, bred by The Stud. And 10th place, Sawyer Richter, Victoria County 4-H, bred by C&P Livestock. At this time, we need first and second placings from Class 28 to 32. Start making your way to the show ring. First and second placings, classes 28 through 32. Start making your way to the show ring. This is your first call for the lightweight division drive. Just a reminder, as they enter the show ring, and breed champion reserve champions, you will be reweighed coming back into the drive. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and seconds, lightweight dark crosses, classes 28 through 32. This is your second call to the show ring. First and seconds of 28 through 32. Make your way to the show ring. This is your second call. First and seconds, class 28 through 32. This is your third and final call for a lightweight drive. First and seconds, third and final call to the show ring. At the conclusion of our lightweight division, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break.
Well, I think a real good pair, and to be honest, drove them just a little bit longer, and it wasn't whether I thought the one in second was square enough or not. I knew he wasn't quite square enough. It was just willing to whether I was going to accept it or not, and I'm a big fan of that one. But at the same time, this one that wins is certainly no slouch and comes in a square-built kind of package. Man, he comes at you. That thing is good and square all the way from the top side of his blade to his knee to his front foot. Young man's got him maxed out in terms of his spread and his clip job up top. He's not the most powerful as he drives right away, and I don't think he's the biggest, stoutest jawed one that we've seen all day, and I know I've been critical of that. I can promise you that one's stouter jawed than most of them that we've gotten critical on. Balance, build, proportions, hind leg has absolutely no quit. He's fit to a T. Young man, you got a very good one. My compliments to you. The one that goes in second, man, he absolutely scares me. I think he's a hawk away from being absolutely incredible. That is a Showbearer Supreme. Big in his chest, square in his knee, good in his front foot, stout in his mug. You get off to the side of him, and for a power hog, he still balances and has look ahead of his blade. He's the right kind of length of body. He's got hair just absolutely hanging off every body part that he has. He's got a big tail root that's cranked way up there. We just got to make that one square as he goes right away. She knows it. I know it. Man, I wish that one was square. I think he could do some damage. He wants to swivel and sway on the outside of his hoof wall. If we could square him in that regard, I think we got an absolute hammer. I've stuck to that, or tried to stick to my guns in terms of rear leg structure. For me, that one just needs to be sounder. Young lady got the most out of him, though. Did a very, very good job. Rear three quarters, on the bear end three are just absolutely incredible. If we could just cut his head and neck off, young lady, and fix his front feet, we'd have something because, man, he's big up high. He's swelled up. They got him ready to roll. Big rib cage, and you'd expect him to maybe get a little wobbly and wide from behind. That's not the case. I'd encourage you to step away and watch that thing go away. Pin hawk to ground, very square and secure. Just got to make him more attractive up front, pick him up on his front pasterns. I like a lot of things about the black bear. I know he doesn't have enough punch at the Austin Rodeo to get a piece, but again, like I've said so many times, you make more bears that are this complete and fault-free in terms of their structural build and look. Man, I think pigs would be better as a whole. Good-looking show bear, a tall shoulder, compositionally correct. He's not accompanied with the foot size. He's not been blessed with the stoutness of features of those ones that precede him. He's a little flatter in his body shape. Good-looking, hard-muscled, sound-structured. I like that pig there in 4. On the other end of the spectrum, we got 1 in 5 that is absolutely giant in terms of his skull, big in his foot size, stout in his feature. He's tricked out in terms of his shape up high. Read that one to be a little flatter in his body. Read him to be more mature ahead of his blade. Maybe not just the structural integrity of those ones that preceded him. He wanted to get a little left and right there when you get behind him. But man, give credit where credit's due. That one's stout and still relatively good balance when you get off to the side of him. A big chested bear that's got a big forearm. Young man does a good job. Young lady in 6, again, another good showman here. I think this one is very good in terms of his spread up high. Feet and legs are good. Didn't see the bells and whistles in terms of feature. Told that young lady I'd like to level him in his top line and push him down in his jump muscle. Really interesting class. Interesting top pair for sure. Let's make some noise for those kiddos, please.
All right, at this time, we'll move into our lightweight division of the dark crosses. Coming from Class 28, Cutter Hall, Wilbargo County 4-H. From Class 29, Lexi Terry, Shallow Water FFA. From Class 30, Cole Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. Coming to us from Class 31, Weston Lackey, Haskell FFA. From Class 32, Hank Majeski, Washington County 4-H. And from Class 33, Ben Montoya, Lipan FFA.
Very, very pleased as we get these lightweight darks out here, and look forward to getting through the lunch break and jumping into the heavies. But I can promise you, if these do the things right the next few hours, it's not going to matter what size they are, because I think the quality's in front of us. The kids got them presented well. The crews in the back got them swelled up. They've got them fresh, and they've got them presented how they know that I like to see them. We get them out here, and I think it's a two-horse race. But at the end of the day, there's one that's just the most my speed. I don't know what he weighs, but he's my favorite. Young man out of Class 1, you'll be champion.
Your lightweight champion comes from Class 28, Cutter Hall, Wilbargo County 4-H. Coming into the ring is Crew Carson, Davenport FFA.
Like that champion a good deal. There was another one that pushed him relatively hard. I thought when you got right behind him, this one that's going to be reserved didn't open up as good in terms of his pin width, didn't have just the He-Man factor, pound for pound going away. Man, this thing's square-chested. He's built right. I think just absolutely incredible in terms of his hip and hind leg, and got a big back in him. Young man right here, you're going to be reserved.
Your reserve lightweight dark cross comes from Class 33, Ben Montoya, Lipan FFA. At this time, we will take a 30-minute break and reconvene with Class 34 at 1 p.m. Your results from Class 33, first place, Ben Montoya, Lipan FFA. Second place, Shelby Brown, Friendship FFA. Third place, Lorelei Lesna, Burton FFA, bred by Wintex Farms. Fourth place, Grant Wagner, Dallam County 4-H, bred by Strive Livestock. Fifth place, Bryson Guthrie, Wharton County 4-H, bred by Wintex Farms. Sixth place, Brenna Hill, Foster FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Seventh place, Cambry Soto, Lubbock County 4-H, bred by Wintex Farms. Eighth place, Maddie Bird, bred by Alderson Farms. Ninth place, Luke McBride, Brownwood FFA, bred by Hot Rod Genetics. 10th place, Caroline Colton, Paradise FFA, bred by Bradshaw Family Show Pigs. Class 34, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 34, first call to the show ring. Class 34, second call to the show ring. Class 34, second call. Welcome back. We will start with Class 34 of the heavyweight dark crossbreds. Class 35, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 35, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a hand as they exit. Class 35, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 35, second call to the show ring. Class 35, this is your third call to the show ring. Class 35, third and final call to the show ring.
blue shirt. Boy.
Well, we might have taken a lunch break there, the crew and the ring help, but obviously you guys were focused and hooked up, and I can appreciate that as a judge. This is a heater class, without a doubt the best one that we've had today, or really even both days. And at the same time, I don't know if there's one that's just absolutely bulletproof, but man, I'd take all these barras all the way down into 10 and take them to a show anywhere in the country, and I can promise you, you're going to be awfully, awfully competitive. The one that ultimately becomes the most difficult to ignore, in my eyes anyway, is the young man here closest to me. And he's wanting to fight just a bit. I think that thing's height to length ratio is just absolutely scary from the profile. That's a good looking tall shouldered bear that's still pushed back in his knee, his front foot, and comfort up front is certainly good enough. His shape and expression up high is absolutely off the charts, and then that view going away is awfully, awfully impressive. Wide, square, massive, and keeps his hock and rear foot in where it needs to be. He wants to pigeon toe up front just a little bit. I'd like to lengthen his rump ever so slightly. I think that's a small tree in a large forest on a pig that looks awfully, awfully hard to make. I like a lot of things about this one in second, particularly once you get past his chest and forearm. I think that's a good-looking kind of show bear that's got the right kind of proportions and balances like good show livestock needs to. His hind legs incredible and still has foot size and stoutness of feature, particularly his rear bone is very good. He's maxed out up high. I think he's powerful enough, particularly when you get behind him in relation to the young lady's bear that falls into 3. I read him with just more pin width and more stifle shape when you got right in behind him. In relation to that class winner, I don't see the body shape. I don't see the forerib shape. I like to bust him open in his chest in relation to that class winner, stouten him in his forearm. But man, as an individual, you just bring him out here and study him. That's very, very good livestock. My compliments to that young lady. A neat kind of pig there to be in second. Very, very heavy-legged one here in 3. There's no doubt he is the biggest legged, particularly in his forearm and his skull. He's wide between his eyes. He's stout in his jawbone. His forearm's giant. He comes off to the profile, and one that maybe isn't the most attractive of the drive, but man, I think his proportions are awesome. That's a tall shoulder one that is absolutely dead level down his top line. He's got a big tail root. He is the biggest in terms of his rear foot size and stoutness of feature. I wish he had more muscle, young lady, when I got right in behind him, and like I've said so many times, I'd be willing to accept that, but I thought he wanted to get a little rigid in his rear pastern and go a little east and west and wanted to shuffle just a bit. Man, I think that's a very, very good one. The best fourth place one that we've seen all day and all weekend for sure comes out next, and I know that's hard to swallow because there's a big difference between third and fourth, and that's why I took a little extra time to figure it out. I love this bear, and I think, man, he fits the Midwest incredibly well. Good looking, dead level down his top, fresh as a daisy. They got him maxed out up high, and I can appreciate that. I thought when push come to shove, he read to be the most refined in his forearm, the most fragile in his ankle, and then when you study him in terms of rear bone, I ranked him 4th in that regard as well. I think that's a square-built, sound-structured, good-looking one, young lady. Just run out a little bit of horsepower there. Very, very nice pig there to be in 4. On the other end of the spectrum, the big-legged one comes in 5, and he's even bigger-legged than that bear that was in 4. It's awfully, awfully hard to ignore this one. Stout in his mug, big in his forearm, short back, very, very stout in terms of his rear leg, and you might expect him to do the wrong things when you get behind him, but he actually stays square and comfortable in that regard. It's not from a power issue that he works down into 5. I just could never get him to balance quite right from the side. He wants to tighten through the mid portion of his body. His neck doesn't come quite as high out of the top side of his shoulder as I'd consider ideal. He wants to pinch there in his ham loin, and honestly, he was probably the fifth best one just in terms of freshness up high. That is a giant-footed, giant-legged one that has a presence up ahead of his blade in terms of his stoutness of skull, yet prominence of jawbone. He has absolutely no throat latch. That pig has some very, very far-reaching pieces. I just wish we could put it all together in a more collected fashion, young lady. On the other end of the spectrum, the bear in 6 is just dead level and incredible in terms of his presence from the side. Here in a class like this, he ran out of chest, he ran out of forearm, he ran out of the extras. Interesting class. I've talked to the kids on down the line. Without a doubt, the deepest that we've seen. My hat's off to all your kiddos and families getting them ready. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 34, first place, Rylan Brashear, Sudan FFA. Second place, Addie Walzer, Fort Elliott FFA. Third place, Sayla Salmons, Parker County 4-H, bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Fourth place, Bellamy Sasson, Eula FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Fifth place, Siley Peterson of Garza County F4H, bred by Wintex Farms. Sixth place, Landry Miller of Hale County 4-H, bred by Miller Show Pigs. Seventh place, Braylon Myers, Monday FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Eighth place, Cutler Gibson of Dumas FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Ninth place, Shelby Smith of Brazoria County 4-H, bred by Chance Waldrop. And 10th place, Boston Border, Sweetwater FFA, bred by Young Livestock. Class 36, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 36, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 36, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 36, second call to the show ring. Class 36, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 36, third and final call to the show ring.
take a class here that presents lots of different talking points, and I don't know if there's a perfect one, but the one that hits me the hardest and looks the most difficult to make is the class winner of this top pair. He comes at us with just more skull shape, more stoutness of jaw. You take him to the ground. He's the bigger-footed, bigger forearm bearer that's got more rear bone as well. You park him off to the profile, and that's a tall shouldered pig, that's still got some reach out of his front skeleton. He pulls together a strong top line. I like that guy's length of body really well. You get on top of him, he's a little flatter in his rib, but it doesn't compromise how much spread, shape, and freshness he has in terms of muscle that he does have on the top side of his skeleton. He drives away wide, true, and square on the edge with a powerfully driven image. He's not the biggest bodied within the pair. The one there in second certainly has that advantage. Very nice pig, though, to go ahead and lead this class off. My compliments to that exhibitor. The more athletic one that's bigger bodied and probably a little more practical and easy feeding looking in terms of just the way that he's presented out here is the bear in second. He comes with just more rib shape. He comes with more depth of body. He comes with an easier feeding kind of look. With that comes a shot more ear. I didn't see just the stoutness of jaw or the neatness of skull or show bear head and neck on him like that class winner. I read him to be a little more fragile in his feature compared to that class winner. He is bigger chested. He's got more rib. He's got more body. He has more athleticism out here. I didn't see him to be put together quite as uniquely from the side. Again, a little bigger eared, a little more refined there in his feature. Just a good solid one here that comes in three. Unfortunately, he doesn't come with just enough punch and muscle shape when you get right in behind the livestock. Man, I think that thing's the right length of body, though. I think he's got a hind leg that's got no quit. He's a bear that's accompanied with some foot size, stoutness of feature, and chest width. I thought of the initial three, he was the least tricked out in terms of his shape up high. And then, like I said, when you got right in behind him, I just wanted to see him man up just a bit and have a shot more just horsepower. I wish this 1 and 4 had a better hip and hind leg, and it's not bad by any means. From there forward, I'm a big fan of this one. He's got the right length of body. He's a tall-shouldered bear that's got a neat look ahead of his blade. He's good in terms of his front pasture, and he's relatively good as far as his chest width is concerned. Presented very, very well out here. Young man gets the absolute most out of him. Unfortunately, his hip's too short, and because of that, he wants to stab his hind leg and just short step just a bit. Gave him a fair shake out here and wanted to see if he would loosen up with time, and unfortunately he didn't. But that's a very, very high quality fourth place bear. Certainly one of the better fourth place ones that we've seen. Same goes for the 1 and 5. Certainly would have made the sale in a lot of classes throughout the weekend. I think that thing's stout mugged, good chested, good in terms of his shape up high. Very, very expressive in that regard. Got a big hind leg. When you take him to the rear, take him to the ring surface, for me that guy's too dry and flat in his center. Obviously he's wanting to swell up there in his flank. That's not the reason he's fifth, though. I read that guy to be too dry in his forerib. I read him be too tucked up in his flank. But man, I think where that one's good, he's very, very good. A lot of neat pieces to talk about. In this painted up pig that comes in next. Tall shouldered, good looking, wild muscled. Told that young lady just gets a little off in terms of structure from behind. From there we work into some that either need to be stouter featured or just more youthful in terms of their look. Interesting class there, just my opinion. Let's make some noise for those kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 35, first place, Kaylee Woodall, Howard County 4-H. Second place, Keenan Mingus from Yo FFA. Third place, Danny Davovich of Iowa Park FFA, bred by Garrett Livestock. Fourth place, Cooper Carson, Davenport FFA, bred by Wintex Farms. Fifth place, Dakota Martin of Mason County 4-H, bred by Young Livestock. Sixth place, Chloe Hooker of Wilbarger County 4-H, bred by TP Show Pigs. Seventh place, Faith Merrick of Weiss FFA, bred by Hoddy Farms. Eighth place, Nate Terry, Shallow Water FFA, bred by Atchison Show Pigs. Ninth place, Adeline Galovich of Taylor County 4-H, bred by Galovich Farms. And 10th place, Slayton Parsons, Albany FFA, bred by The Stud. Class 37, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 37, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 37, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 37, second call to the show ring. Class 37, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final call, Class 37 to the show ring.
An interesting top trio here, and really even Hogs down into 4 and 5, 6 keep things interesting. I'm very confident, though, this is the pair that you need to land on, and you can switch them if you like. I'll tell you the differences that I see. This one that wins just does so many things right, in my opinion. That is a monster-legged one that's upright and square in terms of his pasture, knee, and chest. As he drives right at you, he goes away, and he's incredibly true and square in his undercarriage. You get off to the side of him, and even though his white wants to come up on his neck, and that's the world's worst color, literally. I still think that's a tall-shouldered, good-looking kind of bear that pulls together a perfectly long, level kind of top line. He balances in proportions so well from the side, from the front, from the rear view. I think within the pair, he reads substantially stouter in his jaw. He's the taller-shouldered bear that ties his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder and just presents a more uniform, balanced kind of look from the side. He's not as round-bodied. He's not as fresh through his center body as the bear is in second. He's still good in terms of his shape up high. I called him stout enough in terms of muscle when you got right in behind him. I love his height to length ratio. I love his ability to be that stout and still comfortable in his skeleton. A neat colored one, or a different colored one, excuse me, but a very, very good piece of livestock in my opinion. The one that goes second's got the most freshness, or the most fresh, if you will. He is the most fresh up high. He's rounder in his forerib shape. He's rounder in his body shape, and that facilitates to a bigger, fresher back. I just couldn't get him to piece together quite well enough from the side. He's kind of a lower-headed bear that just isn't as stout in his jawbone coming at you. He's not as big and square in his chest as that class winner. And then, like I said, from the profile, he kind of wants to come apart there in his top line, particularly his ham loin ever so slightly. I love that thing's comfort level. I love his rib shape. I love his body. I love his spread and freshness up high. Skin and hair and presentation on that one, absolutely off the charts. Good top pair there, just my opinion today. I like a lot of things about the Calico. I think just real world good kind of livestock, and I know sometimes maybe that's not popular to say in the show ring on a third place bear, but he's big ribbed, he's sound structured, he's got extension, but yet it balances. He's a tall shouldered bear that gets out of his front skeleton with some flex and reach, and same goes for his rear skeleton. For me, he just come across a little bit plainer and staler in his shape and freshness. Maybe it's his color, and I tried to read into that, but I did read him to be the stalest of those initial three. He too could be stoutened up in his jawbone just a bit. we could tie his neck a little higher on the top side of his shoulder. Man, that one's dead level. He's sound structured. I think he's adequate at where he's at from a muscle and bulk perspective. Young lady does a very, very good job getting that one drove. That one, the one coming in for the belted bear there, man, I love his back when you get right up on top of him. They got that one ready to roll. Just in terms of freshness out of the backside of his shoulder, he's fluffy up high, yet he's good from a compositional perspective. He comes at you much like the bear there in 2. I'd like to open him up in his chest, knee, and just front foot placement, and then off to the side. Not only is he maybe just a little more fragile in his feature, I didn't see him to just ever throw his head above his shoulder and drive at a fast pace like maybe I'd like to see him. Man, that thing's got a big back. He's dead level down his top. His hind legs square, secure, and safe. Again, another one of those. I think you can make a lot of pigs like that and certainly stay in the business. A nice kind of pig. Young man at 5's a hammer on the stick. Got the absolute most out of this one. Another one that's presented incredibly well. He's a tall-shouldered, good-looking bear that's got shape and fresh on the top, or freshness. On the top side of his skeleton. Unfortunately, one look going away, and he becomes a little bit concerning. He wants to set too much weight on the outside of his hoof wall and bow in his hock, particularly his right rear. If we could fix him in that area, I think he's certainly a top 3 candidate and maybe even wins the class. But for me, just absolutely has to be better there in his hock. Bear that comes out next, just needs more bone. From there, we fall into some that just need to be redesigned from a build or freshness perspective. Interesting group. Again, just my opinion on how I saw him today. Let's make some noise for all those kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 36. First place, Copper Ferris, Nazareth FFA. Second place, Kai Blunt, Kerr County 4-H. Third place, Bryce Picard, Crum FFA, bred by Reed Livestock. Fourth place, Austin Matheson, Hallettsville FFA, bred by Double M Genetics. Fifth place, Cotton West from Sinton FFA, Lindner Show Pigs. Sixth place, Bryden Smith of Meadow FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Seventh place, Piper Poole, Dallam County 4-H, bred by Dulham's Prevailing Genetics. Eighth place, Hagen Williamson of Ira FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Ninth place, Kylie Dick of Llano County 4-H, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. And 10th place, Clayton Kieran of East Bernard FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Attention in the barn. At the conclusion of our selection of the dark cross breed, there will be a 15-minute break before we go into our grand drive. 15 minutes of a short break before we go into a grand drive at the conclusion of our dark cross champion. Just as a reminder, all breed champions and reserve champions will need to be reweighed and go across the scales. Again, all breed and reserve breed champions will need to be reweighed as we go into the grand drive. Class 38. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 38. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 38, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 38, second call to the show ring. Class 38, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 38, third and final call to the show ring.
Again, lots of different parts and pieces, and there's still a bear I think that has a pretty good handle on this particular class, and where he's good, he's probably as good as anything that we've seen this far. Is he perfect? Absolutely not. Obviously, we could just fluffing him up just a little bit in his forerib and flank, and maybe he's not feeling the best here at Austin. That wasn't a good term, but today. But man, that thing is awesome in terms of his head. He is incredibly tall shouldered, yet still has some curvature and pushback direction to his knee and shoulder. Big back. He's probably as hard and ripped back as anything that we've seen today. Big, hairy, square kind of hind legs when you get right in behind him. He's got a tail root and a hairy tail root that's put up there where it needs to. His knee's not perfect, but I don't know if it's any worse than anything else we've used throughout the weekend. Again, like to fluff him up in his center, and if we do so, I think that would help his balance from the side. But a very, very far-reaching kind of pig. We'll see how he shapes up with the others as they come back out here. I like just the practical build of the bear that comes in next. I like this guy's body shape. I like his length of body. I like his frame size a good deal. He's a relatively good-looking bear that's got some spread and dimension on the top side of his skeleton. It's pretty easy to see, pretty obvious that he's not accompanied with just the forearm, the foot size, the hair, and the bone of that class winner. But I think a bear here that certainly won't get anybody into too much trouble. Just ran out of a tick horsepower as we compare him to that class winner. I had the black bear in second at one time because he's by some margin, I think, bigger footed and heavier legged than the bear that does come into second. Unfortunately, he doesn't come without faults. I'd like to crispen this guy up down his back shape. I'd like to give him more just power when you get right in behind him. If he was absolutely perfect from the side, I'd be willing to give that up. Unfortunately, he wants to roach in his top there just a bit, but give credit where credit's due. Skin and hair, presentation, man, it's off the charts. This is a hairy, dense kind of show bear with big legs, awesome head and neck, very comfortable out here. We just need to give him a shot more power and push him down there in his top line. Young lady does a very, very good job. My compliments to her and her crew. I wish the one coming in 4 was better coming and going, because where he's good, I think he's awfully good. He's the next best one behind the class winner, just in terms of spread up high, in terms of having that meat animal shape when you get right in behind him. He's big and stout in that regard. And even though I don't think he's perfect in terms of his structure as he bows just a bit off either end, I still think his flex and comfort level out here is very, very good. Again, another one here, dressed to impress. Skin and hair is very, very good. Young lady got the most out of her project, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. I like the rear third of the bear that comes in next. He's square and massive when you get in right behind him. He's got a hind leg that flexes and reaches really, really good out here. Still a bear that's accompanied with some power when you get up on top of him. We just got to stouten him up in his head and jawbone there. He's beginning to show his age. One we need to tie his neck a little higher on the top side of his shoulder. Again, another bear that's presented very, very well. The young man in 6 does an incredible job. I love that bear until he goes right directly away from you. Big-chested, good-looking from the side. Again, young man does a hammer on the stick. Just got to square him up when you get right in behind him. Good class of bears. My compliments to all you exhibitors.
Your results from Class 37, first place, Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Second place, Kenley Schroeder, Smithville FFA. Third place, Macy Hansen, Canadian FFA, bred by Rival Genetics. Fourth place, Aubrey Hanna of Ellis County 4-H, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fifth place, Blake Williamson from Ira FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Sixth place, James Farley of Santa Ana FFA, bred by Sweet Tooth Farms. Seventh place, Audie Saxon of Plains FFA, bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Eighth place, Hunter Liska of George West FFA, bred by H. Bar S Hog Farm. Ninth place, Julie Darcy of Motley County 4-H, bred by Mata's Show Pigs. And 10th place, Kane Gonzalez of Klondike FFA. Their animal was bred by KG Show Pigs. First and second placings from Class 34 through 37. This is your first call to the show ring. First and second placings from Class 34 through 37. First call to the show ring for a division drive. Just a reminder, all animals will come back and get re-weighed across the scales. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. First and second placings, class 34 through 37. Second call to the show ring. First and second placings from classes 34 through 37. This is your second call to the show ring. Heavyweight division, dark crosses, class 34 through 37. I need the first and second placings. Making your way to the show ring, please. This is your third call. At this time, can we have the lightweight dark cross division champions and reserve champion start making their way to the show ring? Lightweight champion and reserve lightweight champion to the show ring.
Well, I apologize for taking a little extra time, but I understand what it takes to get to this point. I've been on both sides of the ring and want to make sure that I'm 100% happy with the way that I line them up today, and I know everybody's going to have a different opinion. I don't know if there's one in this class that's just absolutely perfect from a structural build perspective, and at the same time, I think both of these here on the top pair could be redesigned a little bit, but in different areas. I think there's one that's a little over in his knee, and that absolutely it kept him in second, and then there's one that could probably be picked up on his front pasterns. Man, this one that wins, though, you get past his front pasterns and his next set, I think that one's very, very good. He's got a big swelled up back. He comes out of the backside of his shoulder with real raw kind of muscle, yet it's fluffy and soft. He keeps that advantage from their back. He drives away incredibly, incredibly stout in terms of his rear leg and square, and keeps his hock inside the plane of his hip. Even though he is a little softer on his front pasterns, I'm more okay with his front skeleton in terms of reach, in terms of comfort level, in terms of athleticism out of his front skeleton. Obviously, like I said, we could tie his neck a little higher on the top side of his shoulder, and maybe I've been too critical on that the last couple days. It seems like I've said that a lot, but tie his head a little higher there, neck a little higher there, fix him on his front pasterns. That one's the right kind of length of body. He proportions like a good show bear needs to for a heavy weight. He's plenty good and fresh at this stage of the game. Again, pick him up on his front pasterns, change his neck set just a hair, but a very, very good animal to go ahead and win the last class of the day. Man, if we could just stand him still or rock that one in second back in his knee, man, I think we got one there. Within the pair, that one comes at you a little more consistent from knee to ground, and then as he leaves you, yeah, he's equally as impressive. Probably not as stout when you get right behind him, now that I say that, in terms of just bone, but man, he's as square as that class winner. He is big in terms of his pins, monster-like in his muscle. He's also got a big fresh back laid in him. I actually read that guy to be a shot more attractive ahead of his his blade. Unfortunately, this guy's a little over in his knee and rocked forward just a little more on his shoulder, and consequently, he never just wanted to grab a gear and go. Man, that's good livestock, though. He's got him dressed to impress. He's fit good. Very, very good top pair there. My compliments to that exhibitor. As much as I like those top two, I think this 1 and 3 has some class advantages. And when I say class advantages, I'm talking real class advantages. I think within the top 3, that's the tallest shouldered, best looking one up front. He's a little bigger in his kind, but it still matches. I just never could get his hind leg to quite do what I wanted it to do. He's kind of a weird built one when you get right in behind him. He's actually got more stifle, inner and outer ham shape than he does upper pin, which isn't common in today's show ring. He's still square when you get right in behind him. He just kind of wants to get underneath himself and swivel and sway just a bit. Also read him to be the flattest in his forerib and the plainest in terms of his back shape, but a tall-shouldered, good-looking one that's big in terms of his feature. Very, very nice pig there to be in 3. Just got to tweak him there in an area or 2. I like the back shape and freshness up high. Skin and hair of the one here in 4. Man, young lady does a good job getting the most out of him. I know I say that a lot, but you guys have impressed me. It's been good on the top end in terms of ability to get the most out of him. Skin, hair, fit job, showmanship's been very, very good. There's a stout mugged one with a big shoulder blade, an absolute ditch working down his back, a big tail root. For as massive as he is from behind, he still maintains flexibility. Unfortunately, the profile is where he goes forth, young lady. I just couldn't get him to balance right for me. He ties his neck too low into his shoulder. He's the roundest by some margin out of his rump structure, and then just kind of fell apart a little bit in terms of his lines and the way that he's proportioned from the side. But I think that's real world good kind of livestock. Anytime you got muscle and maintain flexibility, you're going to be in the hunt. Again, the young lady does a killer job getting the most out of that one. Definitely the oddball of the top 5 comes in 5th. And unfortunately, this barrow just looks too flat, dry, and immature for the last class here at Austin. But I'm telling you what, this thing would take an incredible photo. Tall-shouldered, awesome about his head and neck carriage. Absolutely perfect in his length of body. His skin and hair is incredible. He's dead level down his top. He's square as he leaves you. In this setting, he's the flattest rib. He's the driest in his body. He's the frailest in his feature. And at a show of this caliber, that's enough to kind of get you moved on down the way. From there, we're working to some barrows that maybe either don't have some bells and whistles or maybe need to be better just from a freshness or structure perspective. I've been long-winded today. It's the last class of the day. Let's show them our appreciation, please.
At this time, we are needing the reserve champion of the lightweight division to the ring. Lightweight reserve champion, please bring your animal to the ring. Going into your heavyweight division of the dark crossbreds from class 34, Ryland Brashear, Sudan FFA. From class 35, Kaylee Woodall, Howard County 4-H. From class 36, Copper Ferris, Nazareth FFA. From Class 37, Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. And from Class 38, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H.
Well, I was very, very pleased with the lightweights and excited to get them back out here. But as we took a lunch break and come back, it's certainly not hard, or it certainly would be hard not to understand and recognize the quality that we have out here with these heavyweights. And I've said so many times today, I don't care if they're the biggest one on the show or the smallest one on the show. I don't care if they're a Burke, a Duroc, or a Cross. If they come through that ring, they're eligible to win at the end of the day. Very, very pleased with the 5 that we have out here. And I know I've been critical, and I hope throughout the last couple days I didn't come across too negative, but at the same time, when I place them, I got to tell you guys why I did it, and I think that's a big part of doing it. But as a whole, man, I've been impressed. The quality of kids, the quality of pigs have been second to none. We can all sit ringside, including myself, and tell everybody how they ain't good enough. At the end of the day, it's damn hard to raise them. Go home and try to make them better. I can promise you it's not easy. We get out here, and I'm very, very pleased. There's a pair of them, in my opinion, that offer a shot more density, a shot more bone, offer a shot more wow factor when you step off to the side of them, just in terms of their skulls, in terms of their shoulder height, in terms of their look. There's one that's probably just a little more practical, in my opinion, one that's a little bit softer, and because of that, probably blends his pieces together just a bit better from the side. Young man right there, you're going to be our champion.
Your champion in the heavyweight division of the Dark Cross comes from Class 34, Ryland Brashear, Sudan FFA. In the ring is Addison Walzer, Fort Elliott FFA.
We drop that second in, and man, it doesn't get any easier. That thing comes back and looks maybe as good or better than he did earlier. I think that thing's length of body and range of motion and just the way he pieces everything together is absolutely incredible. I remember that class and always will. I thought there were, there was a bunch of them that come out of there after the lunch break, and he beat them all but one. He comes out here and fits in the mix. He's fresh in his back. He's square. He's so true and genuine and good as he leaves you. I didn't see him compared to that winner quite as big bone, particularly in his forearm. I didn't seem to be quite as big in his chest, but he's square in that regard. Like I said, we could stouten his forearm just ever so slightly. He comes out here, he's fresh. Man, that one's well presented, and he does good. It's certainly him and another one in the mix. The other one's the young lady here closest to me. It's awfully hard to ignore the freak pieces that he brings forth. Man, that thing's carved out up high. He's got a neat kind of look up front. He's tall-shouldered, yet gets out of his front skeleton with flex and reach. You know, is he just soft enough in his center? His shoulder blade's a little out there, and that doesn't necessarily help his forerib shape. He's the most tucked up in his flank out here, and probably just the least full in terms of his physical feel, and that certainly throws off his balance from the side. The other three bears I would dang sure have my crew drive any day of the week, guys. I know we're not going to talk you, but those things are very, very good. I know sometimes we can get caught up in talking about just our favorites, but all five of these bears are very, very good. My second favorite's right here.
Your reserve champion heavyweight dog cross comes from class 34, Addison Walzer for Elliott FFA. We will now move into our dark cross breed drive. Coming in from our lightweight division, Cutter Hall, Wilbargo County 4-H. In the ring is your heavyweight division champion, Ryland Brashear, Sudan FFA.
very, very pleased when we get this pair out here. And I know we went through a lot of them to get to this point, but man, I know everybody has their opinion, and the judge at the end of the day is only going to make a couple people happy, right? Or a couple people happy, and I'm okay with that. I know when I take the mic that that's how it ends. Most stories or most shows end, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But if you don't like these two, kind of like I said yesterday, you either don't know how hard it is and have no appreciation to raise good livestock, or you got beat by them, and that's it's that simple. I'm not telling you got to think they're the best or fall in love with them, but if you can't appreciate the value, not only in just the quality of pigs, but their skin and hair and the way that they're presented, you're probably at the wrong place, and we're just going to agree to disagree. I like this pair a good deal. I think one of them comes with just probably a shot more power. I think one of them's just an absolute athlete and probably gets out with just a shot more flex and reach. Man, I think it's close. My personal favorite today has probably got just a shot more punch. Young man right down here is going to be our champion.
Your dark cross champion goes to Ryland Brashear, Sudan FFA. Entering the ring is Addison Walzer for Elliott FFA.
I thought that champion, honestly was pushed real hard, and we get him back out here, and it's the same song and dance. It doesn't get any easier, and that doesn't mean that I'm a lack of confidence, and anybody that knows me know I certainly don't lack in that regard, right, wrong, or indifferent, but I think this pair is very, very close. Again, I think there's one of them that probably comes with just a shot more forerib in shape, regardless of what weight we're talking about, and there's another one that probably is just so unique, I think, in terms of his comfort level. My next favorite right here is right here. She'll be reserved.
Your reserve dark cross champion goes to Addison Walzer for Elliott FFA. We will take a short 15-minute break as we get geared up for the final grand drive. We will start at 3:15. Champion and reserve champion breed exhibitors, be getting ready. You will cross the scales as you come back into the ring. At this time, with any of the divisions, if you are wanting a picture other than the grand drive, please do so now. Again, if you would like to take a picture from the divisions or the breed champions, please do that now before the grand drive. Your results from Class 38, first place, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Second place, Miller Bean, Bartlett FFA. Third place, Addison Tarpley, Lipan FFA. Their animal was bred by HF Genetics. Fourth place, Gracie Sherman of Lubbock Cooper FFA, bred by Hi Ho Genetics. Fifth place, Preston Lipham from Stonewall County 4-H, bred by Lackey Livestock. Sixth place, Jesse Pagat, Smithson Valley FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Seventh place, Jackson Poe, Canadian FFA, bred by Walzer Farms, Hot Rod Genetics. Eighth place, Presley Graves, Erath County 4-H, bred by Young Livestock. Ninth place, Devin Rios of B County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics. And 10th place, Bryson Bruner of McLennan County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Hadda Chopigs. Breed and reserve breed champions, this is your first call to the show ring. Start making your way up here. Champion and reserve champion breeds. First call to the show ring. If we could have a representative of the reserve champion dark cross, please return the bio for that exhibitor. Be much appreciated before the grand drive. The bio of the exhibitor for the reserve dark cross, please. Champion reserve champion breeds, this is your second call to the show ring. Please start making your way to the show ring. Champion reserve champion breeds for the grand drive. Champion and reserve champion breeds, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final call for the grand drive. Well, good afternoon, Rodeo Austin. We're going to go ahead and get started with our grand drive. I would, before we get started and get finished and turn the mic over to the main presenter, would like to take a moment to thank a few people. First and foremost, we would like to thank Rodeo Austin, the Swine Committee, for all their hard work of putting everything together. Can we give the Swine Committee a big round of applause? Another big group that we could not operate without is all of our WT students who are represented in their black WT attire. Can we give them a round of applause for all the hard work of unloading the tack and gear and opening and closing gates? Thank you, WT, for your efforts. Another person we'd like to thank, aside from our Rodeo Austin group, but our 2023 president of Rodeo Austin, Mr. Dolphin Jackson. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you for your time, support, and all of your volunteer hours. At this time, we are going to parade the reserve champion breeds and speak on their behalf of their bios. Okay. Our reserve champion Duroc is Kaysen Bice. Kaysen is 17 years old, lives in Canyon, Texas, and is a part of the Randall County 4-H Club. After graduation in 2024, he plans to attend West Texas A&M and major in agriculture. He will complete an internship this summer with Western Equipment in Amarillo. Kaysen enjoys showing pigs, playing varsity football, powerlifting, and track. Congratulations, Kaysen Bice. Your reserve champion, OPB Darkbred, is Cooper Overstreet. Cooper is 11 years old and comes from Tahoka. Cooper is a member of the Tahoka FFA, and he would love to go to TCU. Cooper enjoys playing baseball, showing pigs, and watching TCU football. Congratulations, Cooper. Your reserve champion, white OPB, is Landon Sawatsky. Landon is 17 years old, comes from Seminole. He is a member of the Seminole FFA, and his future plans consist of going to college at Texas Tech University. Landon enjoys fishing and showing pigs. Congratulations, Landon. Your reserve champion, Hampshire, is Kenley Cox of Haskell, Texas. Kenley is 18 years old and a member of the Haskell FFA. Her future plans include attending Tarleton State University and majoring in agribusiness, where she's going to open up a feed store and a boutique. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, going to rodeos, concerts, and spending time with friends and family. Congratulations, Kenley. Your reserve champion, York, is by Avery Mabry of Brock, Texas. Avery is 11 years old and a member of the Brock FFA. Her future plans include attending Texas Tech University and becoming a teacher. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, showing goats, and playing basketball. Congratulations, Avery Mabry. Your reserve champion light cross is shown by Archer Albrock of Bushland, Texas. Archer is 16 and a member of the Potter County 4-H. His future plans are raising show pigs for the industry. His favorite hobbies include showing pigs and playing golf. Congratulations, Archer Albrock. And your reserve champion dark cross is shown by Addison Walzer of Canadian, Texas. Addison is 16 years old and a member of the Fort Elliott FFA. Her plans include kicking butt at pig shows, and her favorite hobby is showing pigs. Congratulations, Addison Walzer. All right, let's wind them up. Let's give all of our reserve champion breeds a round of applause as they go back into the alley. Now entering the ring are your breed champions of the Rodeo Austin show. Your champion Duroc is shown by Jackson Powell of Jourdanton, Texas. Jackson is 14 years old and a member of the Jourdanton FFA. His future plans include attending Texas A&M and becoming a veterinarian. His favorite hobby, coincidentally, is showing pigs. Your breed champion for a dark OPB is shown by Bliss Basire of Lubbock, Texas. Bliss is 16 years old and a member of the Lubbock County 4-H. Her future plans include stock showing and judging livestock and attending Texas Tech University. Bliss's favorite hobbies include showing pigs, steers, and playing volleyball. Congratulations, Bliss Basire. Your champion white OPB is shown by Memphis Hauser of Blue Ridge. Memphis is 15 years old and a member of Collin County 4-H. Her future plans include working on a successful show career. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, having fun with friends and family. Congratulations, Memphis Hauser. Your champion Hampshire is shown by Rhett Strassner of Levelland, Texas. Rhett is 10 years old and a member of Smire FFA. His future plans include wants to be a farmer just like his dad. His favorite hobby is basketball, showing pigs, and going on trips to the beach. Congratulations, Rhett Strassner. Your champion Yorkshire is shown by Kinley Peanut Crone of Lamesa. Kinley is 14 years old and a member of the Klondike FFA. Her plans are to attend Texas Tech and have a future in agriculture. Her favorite hobbies include cheerleading and spending time with her pigs, family, and friends in that order. Congratulations, Kinley Crone. Your champion light cross is shown by Parsons Creed Spencer of Albany. Parsons is 11 years old and a member of the FFA club. His future plans include attending Texas Tech University. His favorite hobbies include fishing, hunting, baseball, and playing video games. Congratulations, Parsons Spencer. And your champion dark cross is shown by Ryland Brashear of Littlefield. Ryland is 15 years old and a member of the Sudan FFA and Lamb County 4-H. His future plans are taking over the family farm. His favorite hobbies include working on the farm, being with his show family, and showing pigs. Congratulations, Ryland Brashear. Rodeo Austin, let's give a round of applause to all of our breed champions.
Your time. Well, I'm not the best at this part. Barely qualified to get through the judging part, and dang sure not a public speaker, but we're going to give it a shot. First and foremost, what an awesome experience, an awesome setting, and I'm blue in the face. How many times I could say that when I come to the great state of Texas? You guys know how to do it and do it right. So some thank yous to give. I know it's not about me, but I try to do this on all the trips that I go to. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the family back at home and the crew, just like like everybody sitting ringside. Not that I'm any busier than the next. We're all busy livestock people, and you guys know ringside and around the ring what it takes to keep an operation of any size going. I've been very, very fortunate to get to do several of these bigger ones over the last couple years, and every time I get the call, I dang sure check or try to check with the crew at home, and never have they once said turn anything down, because they know it means something to me, and I know on the flip side that they're going to take care of stuff. I can promise you, we've been gone. Me and my girlfriend AC have been gone for I guess 2 days now, and man, I haven't hardly got a phone call or a text message. When I leave, they just take care of things, and I know talking to a lot of people within the industry, that's something not to take for granted. So I'd like to thank them. I don't know if they're watching or not, but I'd like to give credit where credit's due there, and thank you guys for everything that you do for me. Truly, truly appreciate it. Again, it's not about me, but want to take the time to do that. Secondly, like I said, like I've already hit on, to the great state of Texas, to Rodeo Austin here. Thank you guys for the opportunity. It's been one that I'll never forget, and I know I say that every show I judge, but I really, truly do remember each and every one of them for something extra special. Whether it be the setting or the people or what it may be. This trip here, I can tell you, has been absolutely nothing but enjoyable to me, and I truly mean that. From the time I got the call to the time we got off to the plane, and Uber drivers and the crew, the interns that have picked us up, I have truly enjoyed my time at Austin. It's been a very, very fun experience. I know a lot of times, as show parents and breeders, we can get so wrapped up into winning, that sometimes I think we forget to give thanks and give credit where credit's due. Guys, there's nothing that says these volunteers and these people behind me, and I'm sure there's thousands and thousands of others that make this thing happen. They could walk out tomorrow and say, have a stock show on your own. And I think sometimes, including myself, we take that for granted. We got to think about that, okay? Without stock shows, we don't sell pigs, we don't sell trailers, we don't sell feed. We don't have this opportunity for our kids. Yeah, there can be replacements and so on and so forth, and I've been a part of those. There ain't nothing better than the actual shows that are still going on. Let's give them a round of applause. Awesome job, well done, in my opinion. It's been a good set of pigs, and the kids have been even better, and I truly mean that. I know sometimes stuff can come out of some judges' minds or mouths that they don't truly believe. You kids can leave them parked for a minute, but man, the kids have been awesome, and I truly do mean that. To your seniors, I don't know the exact show schedule, but I do know this is the last Texas major, and if you don't know that, you live under a rock. Again, don't take it for granted. Obviously, this is your last one. Live it up. I know a lot of speeches have been given, but one of the more popular ones was given by Dan Hogue, and he said, you may be done, but at the same time, your role just changed. Go help someone younger, go affect the industry, and if you don't want to stay a part of this industry, that's perfectly okay. Go make a change within the country, within the world, or whatever you want to do, because I promise you, if you've been through this program, and if you've been through particularly showing pigs, and that's nothing to take away from other species, I get there all hard, but I can promise you, I've been a part of all of them at some kind of level, and this one right here is the most aggravating, and you have to truly be determined. You have to get up every day and expect fires to put out, and if you've done that and you've made it to the show and you've shown your project, you're a winner in my mind, whether you're out here in this ring right now or you're back there eating cereal, whatever it may be. Let's give all the kids a round of applause, particularly the seniors. Truly a good opportunity, and I'll leave you with this. I know stuff's expensive, and honestly, it's probably more expensive in the state of Texas than anywhere else in the country, so I know I'm preaching to the choir, but man, things are expensive. Pigs are high, feeds are high, shavings are high. At the end of the day, I like the pig industry because I truly do believe, there's still diamond in the roughs out there. There's still, cheaper pigs that you can find here or there. They're going to have the ability to go on, unlike maybe some of those other species, and I'm not trying to knock them, but unlike some of those other species, to go on and win on the biggest stages, and I think that's the thing that'll keep this thing going. Texas is like a second home to me, to be honest. You guys, man, we come down here for pig sales, we come down here for shows. Man, you guys, you're first class act. You guys do everything bigger, and I truly do mean that. Everything is bigger in Texas, and until you come down here and witness the show programs and the teams and the school support, the scholarships, the Texas majors, the premium sales, man, it's a a one of a kind. And I can promise you, if you're not happy in the state of Texas, you come up north to the state of Missouri, and I can promise you, you'll come back to Texas real fast, because the support that you guys get down here from a financial perspective is absolutely second to none. I know the show crew'd like them all to make the sale. I would too. Man, I put pigs 4th and 5th, but I knew how much work, time, and dedication and money went into those. I understand, but we can't sell them all. Appreciate what the crew does for you. Again, if I could leave you with one thing, I know it's expensive. So's t-ball, so's softball, so's basketball, so's fishing, and so's going on vacations. And I can promise you, when your kids are done and you look back at this, there will be no money. As crazy as it sounds, because I know what these things are worth, there will be no money that you spent any better on your kids than this right here. Guarantee you. The people you meet, the places you go, the boxes you check, you're going to meet your wife here, you're going to meet your best friends here, you're going to have the craziest, wildest stories you've ever heard of inside this barn, outside this barn, around this group of people. I love hog people. I love the industry. Let's thank the show one more time. Let's give all the kids one more round of applause. That will get us a champion.
Your 2023 Rodeo Austin Grand Champion bearer goes to Kenley Crone of Klondike FFA. Coming into the ring now is Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Well, that Yorkshire sure got me fired up yesterday, and he comes back in today, and man, I don't know what he's been consuming, but that thing's back. Looks like he swallowed a hot air balloon. I thought just absolutely was a beast out here, and still kept hind leg in check. I thought his just density and comfort level out here, his mobility and his proportions are a once in a lifetime kind of pig. I thought very, very unique. Obviously, like I talked yesterday, he wasn't perfect. I don't know if we have a breed champion out here that is. For me, it comes down to another two-horse race, and I'll just be honest and tell you the differences that I see between the Hampshire and the Dark Cross, and that's nothing to take away from these others. Man, you could drive a lot of miles and go to a lot of stock shows, and they're going to find their way to the backdrop every time. I don't care what you're talking. If you're talking Midwest or Texas, those are good pieces of livestock. I'll tell you the differences that I see in no particular order. The Hampshire was one that came in, man, if I remember right, first in that particular class, and I said on the mic yesterday, that pig just made me smile. That's a perfect head. That is the perfect kind of length of body. That's how a good Texas show bearer needs to proportion from the side, in my opinion anyway. Good looking, but yet stout. He pulls together a strong top line. His hair and density and just a fit job and freshness is absolutely incredible. He comes right at you, just much like the Grand, if we're going to be honest. I'd like to widen and spread him there at his front foot where the ring, where he meets the ring surface, and maybe as the drive wears on, he maybe doesn't take quite as long of a step as maybe I'd consider
under ideal. That view from behind, though, those are big, hairy legs that are square, mobile, and secure when you get right in behind him. He's got the big, fresh back. Young man does a very good job getting the most out of that. The Dark Cross is one that I'll always remember that class because, man, they just kept coming in out of the break from lunch, and man, that class was 7-8 deep. That's a big-chested bear. When you get off to the side of him, he's tall-shouldered, he's good-looking. You get on top of him, he's shapely, fresh, and good from a compositional perspective. And I know I talk a lot of that, but I don't have much use for fat pigs. I like that pig right there from a compositional perspective. You step off to the side of him, and even though I love his proportions, he wants to duck in his tail just a bit and come up in his jump muscle. I thought as the drive wore on, he wanted to pigeon toe just a bit and get a shot shorter stepping. In relation to that Hampshire, though, I think he's a shot harder muscled, a shot better looking, and certainly has the big bones as well. I think it's close. We'll take one more look. Why don't we give one more round of applause to the crew here behind me and everybody. It's been an awesome show. Thanks again.
Your 2023 Rodeo Austin Reserve Champion Barrow is Rhett Strassner of Smyre FFA. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors, all of our champions. We would like to give a warm welcome or a warm thank you to Mr. Troy Sloan for judging the 2023 Rodeo Austin Barrow Show. Thank you, sir, for your time. Rodeo Austin, it's been great. God bless.